in her community. I reported it to Washington, and they were more than happy to repost about Elena's successful work in her region, and thanked her many times for being so active and so actively participating in the courses, and then sharing her experiences with other teachers. So it was really a great honor for me to represent Elena to the wider audience, and it went to Washington highlights. It was internal, not an external kind of article or anything like that, but internally all the people working on English language programs in the State Department saw Elena's hard work and appreciated her work in her region. So I wish her best of luck in her future work, in her future life, and the job he's doing in her community is really invaluable. So, and it's my greatest pleasure to work with her. And rarely have I seen such a dedicated to the English language and a teacher's person. So wish you best of luck in your
thank you so much. Thank you.
Future life, and forgive me if I cannot stay longer because I have a day off today. I'm not working, so
and I would like to thank you, Ms. Lika, because you are one of the Georgians who always supports people when they want to develop, and it is quite well known, broadly known for everyone, right? And thank you for that. You also just
it's just my job that I love.
Great role. Yeah, but you are doing it with great pleasure to support and just to help others to develop, and I do appreciate. You have nominated for many courses, and I like your email, by the way, when I receive them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you want to share it, you can share, Mrs. Usiko, because we can start because the guests are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elena. Do you hear me?
Mrs. Just a minute. I'm sorry, the mayor has arrived, and he will join our room, and we'll continue. Okay.
გამარჯობა ხალხო, მკაცრად შევთამბ აცუჩი მორჩა. ნინო, გოგოებთან გადის იმ და გაყვანდა.
Okay. Okay. So I think we should start, but could you please mute your microphones?
Elena.
Could you please? Okay, thank you so much. Well, Ms. Rusiko, could you please just hold on for a few minutes because we have. I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry, Elena. We have a very heavy day today. We have the appeal committee is working on the teacher certification exam. So I would
like to introduce our guests just for a, for 2 sentences. Okay. So today, Mr. Lada Julkader has joined us, the mayor of Khoni municipality, and national assessment and examination, the head of national assessment and examination center. So Boboz also has arrived. We also have a guest from Bakrati municipality, Mrs. Manana Kapativase, and Toma Lalet from Kutais. I also have a friend from Tbilisi, and we're here 7 or just 8 people following all the regulations. I mean, and we're really happy to start our conference today. So, Mr. Can you now please?
I really want to greet my colleagues here. I see more of Tbilisi's participants here than from the region, so I hope the regional teachers from Emirati will very soon join, because this is their conference, and I hope they will benefit from the conference. I want to say special thank you to Elena. I'm very proud that she has been my student at the university. We've been together as teacher and lecturer for years, and then Elena was a very active member of the English Teachers Association of Georgia, which was founded by me and my colleagues, and actually she grew up as a professional in our association, which is the worldwide association, member of TESOL and IATFL, and everybody knows that, you know, the national one. I greet each of you. Today is a very special day because I'm switching in from the National Examination Center. My colleagues are working next to me on all the appeal papers. Appeal committee is working on that, and there is some link with the conference and the job we are doing here, because we are analyzing the the certification exam test papers. Well, I wish success, the conference with success. I wish Elena more strength and will to continue this big struggle, because we know that this is not an easy job to train teachers for different reasons in Georgia today, I will be supportive of Elena, and the English Teachers Association will always support Elena's job, because it's a very big job, and we do have lots of members from Emirati region in ETAC, so this is a kind of joint initiative. Well, I wish you success, all the colleagues I see here, and again I want to reiterate that I hope more teachers from Emirati region will join and have fun with all these trainings. I'm very sorry I have to leave the conference, but be sure I'm next to you and supporting you all the time.
Yeah, okay. I just want to underline that first, when the idea started to start my organization, I shared my views with Mrs. Manana Rusiashvili, and the name English Teacher Space is just.
It was my name.
Her idea, and thank you so much. Thanks for your support. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Wish you success.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to switch off. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Wish you success.
Good luck. Now I think Mr. Mayor will just share his opinion. He's here, please. Maybe in Georgian, if you like.
I prefer in Georgian.
Okay,
there are lots of people with special English language, so I prefer to speak in Georgian. მოგესალმებით თქვენთანაც მისალმები სტუმრებს სტუმრებს და მისალმები ონლაინ ჩართულ მეგობრებს, რომლებიც იზიარებენ ამ მოსაზრებას, ვისკენაც მიმართული ვარ თითოეულ ჩვენთაგანი და მე ბაქო პირველ რიგში მინდა რა თქმა უნდა მადლობა გადავუხადო ელენეს, რომელმაც ესე იგი ნულიდან დავიწყეთ ესე რომ ვთქვათ, აი ამ კუთხით განვითარება და იმეჩნია რომ საკმაოდ კარგი საქმე კეთდება, თუნდაც აი ამ დღევანდელი კონფერენციით, იმიტომ რომ მოცემულობა არის ის, რომ ჩვენ ჭირდება კონკრეტულად ხონის მუნიციპალიტეტზე რომ ვსაუბრობთ, ჩვენ ჭირდება აჩვენება მეტი ახალგაზრდა, ისეთი რომელსაც სრულყოფილი ინგლისური ეცოდინება. ეს ერთმანეთს ეს საკმაოდ დიდი გამოწვევაა რეგიონების დონეზე და მიგვეჩნია რომ აქეთკენ რაღაც ყველანაირი ძალისხმევა უნდა მიმართოთ, რომ ეს პრობლემა აღმოვხვრათ. ამოცანა როგორც თქვი, ჩვენი ამოცანა არის რომ რაც თქმა მეტი ახალგაზრდა ყავდეს სრულყოფილად ინგლისურის მცოდნე. თუმცა აი აქეთკენ ჩვენ რომ მივიდეთ, აქ გარკვეული გზები არის გასავლელი ჩვენი მოსაზრებით და მე და ელენეს მოსაზრება და მოსაზრებაც ამაში ემთხვევა რომ ჩვენ რო აი ეს საბოლოო მიზანს მივახციოთ, აუცილებელია რომ პედაგოგებისთან კონდეს ის მუშაობა ჩატარებული, რომლებიც დღევანდელი ახდებული საშუალებები რაც არის სწავლების საშუალებები, თუნდაც ეს მასალა იქნება თუ ვერბალურად გადაცემის როგორ და ადგილად და ინტერესით შეისწავლო ჩვენმა ახალგაზრდებმა ინგლისური, ამისათვის აი აქედანაც უნდა დავიწყოთ და ეს არ არის რაღაც რომ თითქოს რომელიმე პედაგოგს უჩის. დღევანდელი ცხოვრება ისეთია, რომ დღე ვითარდება ყველაფერი. ამ ტექნოლოგიებიდან გამომდინარე, ციფრულ ტექნოლოგიებიდან გამომდინარე და იმაჩნია, რომ ესეც ფეხი უნდა აუწყოთ რეგიონებმა, უნდა აუწყოთ ფეხი ამ მიმართულებით და საკმაოდ მნიშვნელოვანი მიმაჩნია ეს ნაბიჯები, თვითონ პედაგოგებთან მუშაობა, რომ პედაგოგებიდან უნდა დავიწყოთ ჩვენ საბოლოო მიზნამდე იქცევა და კიდევ ერთხელ ვაფიქსირებ ჩემს ზადყოფნას თითოეული ამ წამოწყების მიმართებაში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვნად მიმაჩნია პირადად მე, ვინაიდან დიდი შედეგის მომდანი იქნება. ეს არ არის მოკლევადიანი პროგრამა და პროექტი, ესე რომ საკმაოდ ძელვადიან პროექტად აღვიქვან მე პირადად და იმეჩნია რომ ეს პირველი ნაბიჯებია, თუმცა გარკვეულ პერიოდის შემდეგ ჩვენ შევძლებთ იმას, რომ საბოლოო მიზნამდე მივიდეთ. ამ საბოლოო მიზნამდე მისული ჭირდება ამ ნაბიჯების გადადგმა და თუნდაც ეს კონფერენცია, თუნდაც რეგიონალურ დონეზე პედაგოგებს შორის ინფორმაციის გაცვლა, მათი გამოცდილების გაცვლა საკმაოდ მნიშვნელოვნად მიმაჩნია და მე მზად ვიქნები ყველა დონეზე, რომ ხელი შეუწყო აი ამ კომუნიკაციას ერთმანეთის გამოცდილების გაზიარებას და რა თქმა უნდა ჩვენი მხრიდან, ელენეს მხრიდან იმ ახალი ინოვაციების გაძლიერება პედაგოგებისთვის, რაც ხელს შეუწყობს იმ საბოლოო მიზნის მიღწევისთვის შევიწოთ თითოეულს და ერთად დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ამას ალბათ კი არა და ერთ თვეში და ორ თვეში ვერ მივახსოვს, თუმცა ეს პროცესი რომ დაიშვა, ეს არის საკმაოდ მნიშვნელოვანი და იმეჩნია თითოეული ადამიანის როლი, ფუნქცია, რომელიც დღეს ჩართულია ამ კონფერენციაზე, როგორც საკმაოდ შედეგიანი ეგექნება თითოეულ თქვენთაგანს და აი ჩამოყალიბებული იქნება ის პრაქტიკული ნაბიჯები, ისკენაც უნდა წავიდეთ და ისკენი დიდიც უნდა მივახცევთ ამ საბოლოო მიზანს. კიდევ ერთხელ წარმატებულ დღეს გისურვებთ, წარმატებულს გისურვებთ თითოეულ თქვენთაგანს და მე როგორც მერი, იმედია მომდევნო 4 წელსაც ვიქნები მერი და ჩემ მხარდაჭერა იქნება ძალიან მყარი ამ მიმართულებით, ვინაიდან ჩემთვის რაღაცნაირად პირადად მე თუ რას ნიშნავს უფრო მეტად განათლებული ადამიანები და უფრო მეტად ის ადამიანის ახალგაზრდა, რომელსაც უკვე ცუდომა აქვს, არა მარტო ადგილობრივ მიღწევებზე, არამედ მას უკვე შეიძლება თვითონ ინტერნეტის საშუალებით, ციფრულ ტექნოლოგიების საშუალებით სხვა ინფორმაცია მიიღოს, გაეცნოს მსოფლიოს მიღწევებს, გაეცნოს, გაუზიაროს თავის თანატოლებს გაუზიაროს და თავის ენაზე ესაუბროს იმ თანატოლებს და იმათგანაც მიიღოს თუ რა შეიძლება და როგორ შეიძლება ახალგაზრდა დამკვიდრდეს. ამაში მე თვლი რომ ენის სწავლა, აქ არ არის მხოლოდ ინგლისური და ინგლისური ხო აქცენტი, თუმცა ნებისმიერი ენა არის უკვე მეორე პიროვნება, ჩვენ ადამიანს შეუძლია რაც უფრო მეტი ენა იცის, უფრო ჩამოყალიბებული და უფრო თავისუფალი ენის საშუალება გასცეს გაცილებით მეტ თავისუფლებას და ამიტომ მე მოწადინებული ვიქნები და დავწუნებული ვარ, რომ ეს ერთობლივად ერთმანეთის გვერდით ჩვენ ამ მიზანს მივახცევთ. წარმატებებს გისურვებთ და მივიდეთ პროექტით ყველადობა.
ეხლა შემოგვიერთდება ქაბატონის საფუძვლებზე. და ისიც მოკლედ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მას ჩამოგზავნებისთვის.
მოგესალმებით. მადლობა მოწვევისთვის პირველ რიგში. მიხარია რომ შესაძლოა მომეცა რომ შემოვუერთდე ამ კონფერენციას და ეს გავაკეთო არა თბილისის ოფისიდან, არამედ ჩამოვიდე ხონში და ეს ვთქვათ ეს ძალიან განსაკუთრებული შესაძლებლობა. ძალიან მიხარია რომ აქ ვარ. ორივე სიტყვით მინდა გითხრათ ჩემი მოსაზრება, ჩემი საქმიანობიდან გამომდინარე უცხოენის სწავლასწავლებასთან დაკავშირებით, განსაკუთრებით რეგიონებში. მოგეხსენებათ, რომ წარმოვადგენთ შეფასებისა და განათლების ეროვნულ ცენტრს, ჩვენ რა თქმა უნდა ვატარებთ სხვადასხვა ტიპის გამოცდებს, მათ შორის ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე თვალსაჩინო და მნიშვნელოვანი არის ერთიანი ეროვნული გამოცდები და ჩვენ როდესაც ვაკეთებთ ამ შედეგების ანალიზს, ეს ანალიზი გვიჩვენებს გარკვეულ ტენდენციებს. და ერთ-ერთი ეს ტენდენცია გახლავთ ის, რომ ფიქსირდება, ესე ვთქვათ, საკმაოდ მნიშვნელოვანი სხვაობა საშუალო მოხდებას შორის უცხოურ ენებში, თბილისსა და რეგიონებს შორის. უფრო კონკრეტული რომ ვიყო, ეს გახლავთ დაახლოებით 22 ფულიანი სხვაობა, რაც საკმაოდ დიდია და რა თქმა უნდა ეს სხვაობა არც ერთ სხვა საგანში არ აქვს, გვაქვს მხოლოდ უცხოურ ენებში, მათ შორის რა თქმა უნდა ინგლისურ ენასა და ლიტერატურაში. შესაბამისად, გარკვეულ გამოწვევებს ეს ქმნის ბავშვებისთვის, ვინც რეგიონებიდან არიან და რა თქმა უნდა არის ყურადღება მისაქცევი. ერთის მხრივ ჩვენ გვაქვს ეს სხვაობა, როგორც გითხარით, მიღწევებში რეგიონებში, თუმცა მეორეს მხრივ ჩვენ ვიცით, რომ ჩვენი საუკეთესო მასწავლებლები სწორედ რეგიონებიდან ბრძანდებიან და არაერთი პრიზის და ჯილდოს მფლობელები, აი ხედავ ქალბატონი მაია ბრძანდება, ქალბატონი მანენა კაპეტივაძე ასევე და ბევრი სხვა. ანუ მე მინდა ამით თქვა ის, რომ პოტენციალი ის, რომ რეგიონებში განსაკუთრებით გავაუმჯობესოთ სწავლება უცხოური ენის, ნამდვილად არსებობს. უბრალოდ ამას სჭირდება მონდომება, ამას სჭირდება ენთუზიაზმი და აი სწორედ ესეთი ენთუზიაზმით არის ახსავს ელენე და ძალიან დიდი მადლობა რომ მან შექმნა ეს ორგანიზაცია და ზუსტად რეგიონებში უწყობს ხელს ინგლისური სწავლებას, ასევე მას ხარს უჭერს რა თქმა უნდა ადგილობრივი მერია, როგორც ვიცი, და ხონის მუნიციპალიტეტი, რისთვისაც დიდ მადლობას მოგახსენებთ და ვფიქრობ, რომ მთავარი არის მონდომება, იმიტომ რომ როგორც ვთქვი, კომპეტენცია ნამდვილად არის და თუ საუკეთესო პრაქტიკას გაუზიარებენ მასწავლებლები ერთმანეთს და ესე ვთქვათ, უფრო მეტი ენთუზიაზმით ჩაერთვებიან ამ საქმეში, ნამდვილად რამდენიმე წლის შემდეგ როცა კიდევ შევხვდებით ალბათ უკვე პირისპირ და ალბათ უკვე გაცილებით დიდ კონფერენციაზე, მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ვიტყვით, რომ რეგიონებსა და თბილისს შორის მოსწრებაში განსხვავება აღმოფხვილია. ეს იმედი მინდა ვიქონიო, აქვე მინდა გითხრათ, რომ მეც ესე ვთქვათ, ჩემი ორიგინალური პროფესია, ესე ვთქვათ, პირველადი არის სწორედ უცხოენის სპეციალისტი და უცხოენის მასწავლებელი ვარ, ასე რომ ძალიან დიდი გულშემატკივარი ვარ თქვენი და მინდა რომ წარმატებები გისურვებთ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
მადლობა გონებით სოფალ ამასისთვის. ჩვენ აი ჯუდი ელიოტი შემოდის ახლა და ჯუდის მოახერხა. Hello, Judy. Hi.
Oh, we made it.
Okay, we're making finally. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, Judy, we have started the conference. You are welcome. Thank you for joining. This conference is called Challenges and Changes on English Language Teaching.
Okay.
And I would like to tell a few words about Judy. Miss Judy is now my friend, you know, and friend of the whole Georgia. I mean, the teachers of English, maybe not only Georgia, but the whole world, because she's so supportive. I don't know. I have no words to describe her. And thank you. I would like to publicly thank you, Judy, for what you are doing for me personally and for every teacher in Georgia. And Judy has sent a lot of books for me, to me, I mean, which I'm going to just place here in Khoni and open the small library under the name of Judy Elliott in the future. Actually, I think the pandemic will permit one day to do that. And well, thank you for joining us, Judy. Now, the floor is yours, please.
I'm delighted to be joining the group of English teachers in Khoni. Are you in Khoni?
Yes, we're in Khoni.
Okay. Okay. And I'm working on a similar project with children's literature in right now I'm in Hujan, Tajikistan, and it's proving to be a very popular presentation. And at some time later, I'll have it better organized, and we can probably do another Zoom conference in which I present the same concept and the step-by-step process of using the textbooks with teachers. So I would look forward to working with you and your teachers in the future. We can do it on Zoom now that I'm learning how to make it work from this distance. And what else can I say? I look forward to working with Georgian English teachers to help them understand how to sort of add a spark to their regular classes by using very simple texts in English, and depending upon the level of students, to carry out a discussion on how to use children's literature and to use it as a forum for discussion in English. So they'll be discussing content of a book rather than, hello, how are you? How old are you? What's your name? Where do you work? Okay, so we'll be talking about what literature is, about characters, about events, making predictions with children's literature.
Okay, so when do you plan to come to Georgia, Judy?
Oh, I'm in Tajikistan. I have a job here. I can't run away. So you're going to have to work with me on Zoom.
Judy, we miss you here in Georgia a lot. Hello from me,
Yes,
with
I miss
lots
my
of respect
Georgian
and best memories.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah,
It's good to see all my Georgian friends.
yeah.
English teachers will be united throughout the world because we have this capacity with Zoom. I have to tell you that in Tajikistan, they have a program called English Without Borders, and I encourage you to watch it. It's on Zoom. It's on either at 4 or 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoons. So you would have to check the time difference. There's an hour difference between Tajikistan and Georgia. So it's 11 o'clock in Georgia and it's 12 o'clock in Tajikistan. But this English Without Borders is a weekly broadcast about teaching techniques and tips and interviews. And I would encourage you to join up with this website to keep, I get ideas from it, and I think a lot of Tajik teachers, it emanates from Dushanbe in Tajikistan. So just remember English Without Borders. If you Google it, you can begin to make the link, and I'll send it to you also. So teachers throughout the world are adapting to this new medium of Zoom, and it enables us to talk to each other. So I would encourage all of you to get involved in on various types of Zoom meetings with English teachers.
Okay, thank you so much, Judy. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So is anybody who wants to share the ideas about the conference? Mrs. Sandra, do you want to add anything, please?
Well, I have a little bit of a welcome. Would you like me to present that?
For sure, for sure.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, first of all, to the conference, I'd like to say good morning, Georgia, and good morning and greetings from the USA. I am Sandra Stamos. I'm a foreign language teacher in the US. It is 3 a.m. right now in the States, and regardless of the time, I am honored to be part of this conference. I want to welcome you, wonderful Georgian educators and teachers of English, to the English Teachers Conference. I especially extend a huge thank you to the Mayor of Khoni, Mr. Laldo Giucazzi, and to the municipality of Khoni, who has partnered with this conference. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your kind support. This is the first regional conference on the challenges and changes in English language teaching. I would like to thank Mrs. Elena Tsatsua for her tireless work on behalf of the Georgian teachers and students who are teaching and learning English. Elena is one of the hardest working people I have ever met. She is highly motivated and completely dedicated to bringing ELT to the regions of Georgia. Elena is extremely well-versed in the latest advances, techniques, and progress designed to enhance the teaching of English, and this is evidenced by the theme of today's conference. I would like to honor you, the teachers, as well. Your dedication and motivation is exemplified by your attendance and participation in these conferences. Most importantly, your hard work is evidenced by the success of your students who are learning English. Over the past several years, I have been working with Georgian students who are learning English as a second language. I am so impressed with the foundation and quality of their English ability. This is directly attributed to the dedication and commitment that you, the teachers, bring to the classroom. You are doing a wonderful job, and these conferences further enable you to continue the progress with obvious success. I hope that someday you and the students will come and visit the USA and experience the value of your hard work in being fluent in English. You have a standing invitation from me to visit the US in the future. Best wishes for a successful conference. God bless Georgia, and God bless the USA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your introductory words. Thank you so much. Thanks just for joining this conference. The first presentation I'm going to share with you now. I will share it on screen, and let's get started.
Okay, I'm going to sign off.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to have to sign off because I have another
Yes, Judy,
obligation.
I know you are very busy. Yes, I know that.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And Elena, I am also, because I have not been to sleep yet. And it's now almost 4 a.m. So I will probably pop in later, but right now I'm going to sign off.
Okay, thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
everybody. Thanks. Yeah, I do appreciate that.
Okay,
you
thank
joined
you.
us. Thanks, bye-bye. See you next time. Okay, so
Yes, thank you.
Can you see the screen share?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Oh,
So, just a minute.
okay.
Okay, so, well, as we have already mentioned, we're in Khoni municipality. Are we recording? Yeah. Okay. So in Khoni municipality, I just wanted to underline that we're in the adult education center, which is really big, the organization which has already prepared 900 adults during 1 year. I mean, from the vocational point of view, this organization was financed by the German government and with the head of the mayor of Khoni municipality, and we're in this building now at the moment. So I really want to thank the organization to be a part of this, and that they are supporting me, that I have opportunity here to hold conference from this building. Well, Khoni municipality is situated in the west of Georgia. Okay, this is the Emirati region. This one. Oh, okay, yes, it's with its touristic attractions, like you might know, right? Canyon, Gatsa Canyon, and the waterfall of Incha, it's called like that. So actually, we planned to go there even today, maybe, but the weather does not permit, unfortunately. It's raining today. So today my topic is more than the English language. So life skills, you know, for many years of teaching English, maybe more than 15 years, I've been teaching English at the university, and well, actually, we're teaching sometimes general English, also business English, tourism, etc. So there is also something that we can teach through English, right? And today I'm going to share with you some of the strategies that I practice with my students, and it made them easier to overcome this difficult pandemic situation. I think I can't see the participants here. What's wrong? I'm sorry. Yeah, because I want to have eye contact with them. That's it. Okay, well done. But before we go to the strategies, I want to share with you the quotation from the article that really depicts the situation nowadays. Well, the COVID-19 crisis has hit the most vulnerable children hardest and exposed the worsening inequality of learning opportunities. Well, governments and international organizations must deliver a global recovery based on providing quality education for all children. And we must now heed these harsh lessons and transform education systems to make them more equitable, effective, and resilient. Yes, this is from Project Syndicate by Julia Gillard. And you know, I mean, crisis in education is inevitable after the COVID-19 pandemic finishes, right? So I think that we teachers have a big role, like doctors. We're also heroes nowadays because we have to touch every student from the screen, and it's a really hard job. The situation is not really, I'd say, just easy. And out of these challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, the most important is for teachers. This one is the third one, right? The damage of psychological health and mental problems, such as stress, anxiety, depression. Well, here are some other problems like economic recession, mass unemployment, greater job insecurity, increased violence against women and children. But the most important for us as teachers is stress, anxiety, and depression. Well, this is also UNESCO estimation in 2020, when they say that 24 million students from early childhood to higher education may no longer return to school. Also, there will be some problems in higher education and early childhood education because of the high cost. They will not enroll in these systems. Also, there will be some problems in distance learning, and women and girls are also have to work inside or outside during the pandemic, and they do not have opportunity to learn. But now I'm going to leave this negativity in these 3 slides and move to positivity, okay? So after 2 semesters during this pandemic, I was so devastated, sitting in front of the computer 8 hours a day. And then I don't have opportunity to see all of my students because they turn off their videos, and we don't have face-to-face communication. It's really difficult. I understand. I know that you understand me, right? It's really difficult when you don't see your students. So this is Dimitri Vlad's attitude, theory of attitude, and I always just use this motivating quote that attitude define our behavior. So I think that challenges really need to be used as the opportunity to change our attitude. So, and in the third semester, I mean last semester, I decided to change something in my teaching because it was really intolerable for me to be so depressed. And then I started searching on internet, and I want to share with you my previous experience when I taught face-to-face. I was standing in front of my students. I was just writing lots of stuff on the board, but still my students did not understand. Well, it's the kind of failure for a teacher, but we don't have to stop here, right? When we fail, we have to move on. Still, failure is a good thing, right? But we have to ask some questions. So why does it happen? What and how? And then I started searching for some of the solutions, and I found out that there is the skill like self-regulation, regulated learning strategies. And I found out that the professor from the USA, distinguished professor of education psychology, Mr. Barry Zimmerman, has just not created, but has offered the cyclic method of self-regulated learning strategies. And you know, today I'm going to share with you all the strategies, not all the strategies, but some of them that I use with my students, and it really works when we teach online. Well, what is self-regulation? Self-regulation is the ability to monitor and control your thoughts, feelings, and behavior, right? So this is what we need. And in the USA, children from, yes, children are taught these skills even from the kindergarten. And I watched a lot of videos when teachers just teach students to calm down when they are furious, like my daughters also are sometimes furious, but I can't make them calm down. But with the students, or university students, I use this method. So these are the three phases. First thought phase, which means that I with my students plan the whole semester, and I have to use some of the strategies to plan that, motivate them. They have to think about their self-efficacy, etc. After that, there comes performance phase. Performance phase is the strategies that teacher provides and offers the students to fulfill the curriculum, maybe. And the self-reflection. Well, the reflection phase is the most important part, when the students are given opportunity to think of themselves. Well, what went well, what went wrong during their semester, or how did this activity go, for example, and etc. So, well, I ask my students to organize their life. You know, it's really difficult when we are sitting in front of the computer and we have to teach, and we don't know what are the reactions of our students, and we can't see their faces, like I have already mentioned, and so on. And maybe they are cheating, you know, not maybe, but most of the time they could be cheating. So what do we need to do? Well, you know, the most important thing that I was thinking was that I have to understand my students, to take responsibility of their life. So it's not for sure an easy job, but we can do that. But you know what, when I take the responsibility for my job as a teacher, I have to do everything to make them understand what is the stuff like. So first, when I start, I point my students to organize their life. Let's move on. Well, here we have skills when we teach English, right? Reading, speaking, listening, writing. I add like grammaring. This is an equal skill for other skills. And I added thinking skills. Without thinking skills, I can assure you, my students can't fulfill some other skills in English language. So that's why I think it's very, very important for students to understand their abilities, how they learn reading or speaking or some other skills. Well, we need to admit that online learning is not something unreal. It's quite real nowadays, and we have to admit this reality. Unfortunately, we don't know when we go back to school or to universities, but nowadays I think, and I advise you to adapt this reality and not to get rid of it, because I know I read a lot of comments by teachers and by students that they are unhappy with online learning or distance learning. So it means that they are not ready. They could be lazy about, but I think we need to change this attitude. Well, you know, change comes from inside, not outside. So it means that we need to use these challenges. I would just briefly share with you Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know that. So first we have to Maslow, then Bloom. What does it mean? We need to understand our students' needs first of all, even from the screen, and then start just teaching. Well, I'm going to share with you also Effective Filter by Stephen Krashen. These are the hypothesis of second language acquisition, and effective filter is the point when teacher reduces his or her students' anxiety, and that helps students understand the subject better. So when they are not so stressed or depressed because of the pandemic, for example, and when we teachers create the environment even in front of the computer and from the screen, I can assure you that they are really happy. And I want to share with you my experience, and I just in the next slide, that I have already done it and it really works. Well, this is the first strategy that I want to share with you. And if you want to know more about self-regulation, you can for sure search on Google. But I also did the webinar in June, and you can just watch this webinar also on self-regulated learning strategies on our Facebook page. Well, the first one, the most important thing for students on screen is self-awareness. So how to make them aware of themselves. And this is the kind of provoking their feelings. I mean, I ask my students, so what do you see here? And how does it feel when you see the mountain? Well, from my childhood, I like the mountains, but not to go there, but to try to travel through the woods and so on. I just like watching the mountain. And how I feel? Well, I feel like I want to go there up the mountain and lay down and rest on it. So this is the feeling that I can overcome difficulty. So, you know, it's very important. And I with my students talk about these topics and just help them to be self-aware, to be aware of their feelings. The next slide I want to share with you is actually this is a video, because we don't have time here now to share with you this video, but I will just talk about these 4 pillars of meaningful life. So this is the Emily Esfahani Smith, the writer, who thinks that happiness is less important, so meaningfulness is more important in life. And she thinks that if your students know the answer, that where do they belong to, what's their purpose, what is their transcendence, here is the peace, where you find peace, and storytelling. But if you make your students realize these 4 points, they can understand more about themselves and also how to learn a language. And she says that happiness comes and goes, very interesting. And when life is really good or things are really bad, having meaning gives you something to hold on. Well, I think that we need to find meaning nowadays, you know, because I hear very, very sad voices from my students. I see their sad faces online, and I really feel sometimes devastated that how can I help them from the screen? It's truly challenging, right? So we can use this kind of strategies to motivate them. Also, the very important skill is problem solving and decision making, which I was never taught in life. I went through some of the difficulties, and life taught me, not somebody else. So I think that we teachers also can integrate these life skills with English language teaching, and that could be great. Here this is Mel Robbins. She's from the USA, educational speaker, the inspirational speaker. She has 5-second rule. So I also share this with my students. Well, some approved, some did not approve. So you have to down count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And if you decide to take actions, it means that you are ready for this challenge to overcome. So, but if you stop, it means that you have to think of it again and again. Well, the next is collaboration. I mean, to develop or improve collaborative skills among your students. So I practice this collaborative story writing with my students in Google Docs. And then they wrote reflective letter. And you know, I was really amazed how they observed themselves while they were working in Google Docs collaboratively. And then some of them are, by the way, introverts, and they don't like to work with others. They are more just reserved students. But then they told me, you know, Mr. Lene, we just shared ideas, and it really felt good. Quite good when I shared the idea with my students in Google Docs, and they were so collaborating. Yeah? They had to express just respect to each other and so on. So these are 21st century skills that I want to share with you: accountability, collaboration, adaptability. And adaptability is the most important thing, by the way, because we can't adapt to new situations. And it's so vulnerable sometimes, and it causes a lot of stress. Well, leadership development, complex communication, inclusiveness, creativity, change management, problem solving, critical thinking, finally. And today we're going to have critical thinking presentation also by Nazi, and she will talk about it more. Well, after this semester, when I integrated self-regulated learning strategies in English language teaching, I did a survey with my students. So 51 students participated, and I will share only 4 questions, for most important questions with you. So 90% of my students said that their language skills also have improved. 92% of my students just express their ideas that personal skills, not only English language, personal skills have developed. So it means that they have overcome some difficulties or stress or shyness, even shyness in the relationship with the teacher. So here are some of the important points that I wrote this question from my students' reflective letters. And they say that speaking skills have developed, which seemed impossible before. Also, they have overcome feeling of shyness, and they became more self-confident. They developed collaborative skills, communicative skills. Now they are good team members, team workers. They also express thinking and expressive skills. Also, they write that, yeah, they liked reflection. They like reflection letter that they wrote. Now they have problem solving and decision making skills, and etc. So these are the skills that I helped them to improve during my semester, last semester. Well, I always ask my students to recommend something that I can change in the future. And the most important here is that they really want me to add reading texts, more interesting reading texts. Actually, I like the reading text which is given in prime time, for example, but still they like more authentic text from the internet. And I'm going to share with you some multimedia resources at the end of this presentation, and you can find a lot of resources there, reading and some other skills also. They would like me to introduce them more speaking activities like pronunciation and listening skill development, also group projects, which will improve their collaborative skills. Well, this is a quotation from my students' open-ended question, which I'm really uneasy to read, but there are some words that my students really underline, that I have inspired them, I have motivated them, and the most important that they see in me is that I'm empathetic, and they feel safe when they work with me, because I also provide them some positive attitude, a positive environment. So I think these are very important key elements for teachers to offer their students, especially when they are online. Well, the most important also here is that you have to, I'm sorry, not you, but we have to help our students to say these words, yes, I did it. And then they feel satisfaction and fulfillment. And I can assure you that all this stuff is possible online, because we are a little skeptic about the online learning. That it's not so productive and it's not effective, but I can assure you that it's effective if we try a lot. Well, this is just the part of our syllabus from my course book, and I don't want you to think that this is something different that can't be connected or integrated with our books. Actually, everything and self-regulated learning strategies could be freely integrated with our course book. This is just the additional, supplementary material. Well, self-regulated learning strategies help us to, for our students to feel that they are really individuals. Their curiosity is important, and creativity also. So it ensures a long-term academic success and other life outcomes of our students. It helps students take ownership of their learning and become more responsible, especially during the pandemic, and helps students be able to plan, employ, reflect, and evaluate learning processes independently. Well, I think I've come to the conclusion, and I want to motivate you that we need more psychology, especially in education. And as Carl Jung says, we need more understanding of human nature. The real danger that exists is man himself, and we are pitifully unaware of it. His psychic should be studied, because we are origin of all evil. And I think the main purpose of education is to work with humans in order to just uncover their kind sides. Okay, and just so that's why we need more psychology in education. And I think we need each other, because we can't wash one hand with just one hand. We need another hand, and I think I need you a lot, and you need me. So collaboration through sharing is caring. That's why I share this information with you, and we need to think to survive. Thank you so much. Okay. If you have any questions, I'm ready just to answer.
Helen, well, hello, everybody. Well, I have no question, but I want to tell you just it was too interesting and very, well, it was very nice, well, speech. And so we are all here, the English teachers, so I can say that, yes, well, shortly, that among the skills teachers need to acquire, well, it's all the ability to manage classes, as it's how match tasks to different groups and circumstances, provide variety in lessons, and offer students clear learning outcomes, as it's how, yes, well, so from your speech, well, it was clear that, well, this needed, well, these skills, teacher skills. Yes, well, we need everybody, of course. So my best wishes to you for a bright and happy future, and my heartiest congratulations. Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mrs. Denai. And I, yes, just our colleagues at the university, And
Okay, yes, we are.
because all the day we were together talking about a lot of things and just sharing ideas.
Yeah.
And I miss you a lot, Miss Tinuli. And
Okay.
all my
Well, me too.
colleagues, all my university colleagues, okay?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Well, we are.
If you have any questions or do you have any ideas, or do you think it works with your students? Self-regulation.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
No more. No.
How I want to share it in chat box. Okay, just a minute. Like this one, right? I'm going to share with you the resources that just a minute. So do you see this file, multimedia resources, in the chat box? Yeah, these are the resources for teaching all the skills that I just was informed in one of the open course by the US Embassy, and I use it with my students. And you can also just take it and use it. So now our next presenter is Mrs. Lela Bushevishvili, the professor of Black Sea University. I mean, ETAC teacher trainer and yes, certified BC and ETAC methodology trainer, neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, and a Bayesian consultant of positive psychology from Wiesbaden Academy of Psychology. And Ms. Lela, now the floor is yours. Please, you are welcome, and thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Elene, for this wonderful opportunity of uniting so many good teachers. I see so many familiar faces, Katie, Maya, ETAC people, etc. And this is indeed a great opportunity. Let me first start by underlining the fact that recent changes, recent challenges, the pandemic, and all the accompanying phenomena did really turn us into a different dimension and enabled us, the teachers, to explore more opportunities and try to find this very good link of teaching to other joint professions. This is why I used this pandemic period to go through a very demanding and very challenging positive psychology training, and I was awarded the diploma of positive psychology consultant in order to help the many people around us to overcome the challenges. This is why my presentation today is about positive teaching methodology and its effects. As Elena has mentioned, I'm one of the ETAC trainers, and you all know that ETAC is a market leader, was a breakthrough organization back in the 90s. And if I am a successful professor now, successful trainer and successful person, this is 100% the merit of ETAC and Rusiko Tremaladze, who did really give us an excellent opportunity to us, the youngsters, 25-year-old guys, to find new ways, new opportunities, move forward, and what is most important, have faith and belief in ourselves. Yes, I am a professor of several universities, namely International Black Sea University, Tbilisi State University, European University. And the reason I am saying this is that we have lots of different venues and places teaching BA, MA, PhD students, supervising our doctoral students, providing teacher training courses, presenting at conferences where the psychology of the person, of an individual, needs to be taken into consideration. To start with,
Miss Lela, I'm sorry, can you turn on the slideshow, please?
I have it. I do have it.
No, it could.
So I can,
yeah, it could be. You could make it bigger, full screen. Yeah, full screen.
It's full screen, I guess. In my place, it shows that it's full screen.
Okay, that's it. That's okay.
Yes, this is the only thing that I can do technically.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, let me move on to the point of my presentation and underline the fact that the teaching method is the mechanism that is used by a teacher to organize and implement a number of educational means and activities to achieve certain goals. Teaching techniques are the means that reflect the success of the learning process and competencies of the teacher. I found that traditional teaching methods become not as effective as they used to be due to current advancements. In no way this means that we disregard earlier methods. I don't want to call them old methods. These are just earlier methods of teaching. No, we just have to find the right balance between those ones and the new ones, because we live in a new reality and we have to be in pace with all the developments. Teaching becomes more effective when it is performed in a quicker response to the needs of the learner, so that blending various techniques to deliver knowledge and ideas become essential and necessary. Therefore, positive, productive learning environments are key to students' academic, emotional, and social success. Those of you who have experience of working with corporate clients, business clients, giving them different kinds of courses, will agree with me that the biggest problem of theirs is this psychological barrier, this emotional strain that they do have as a result of their work, as a result of the challenging and changing working environments, unnecessary fuss, outside stress, demands and the kind of expectations of the stakeholders that make them extremely strained psychologically or even depressive. That's why we are there to save our lives through our teaching methodology. Positive learning environments do not just happen on their own. That must be created. Nothing happens on its own, yeah? We have to make it happen. There are many components that go into making a positive learning environment for students. For starters, positive learning environments should offer a climate of safety where risk-taking is encouraged, especially when teaching the speaking skill, especially when teaching them how to make presentations, conduct meetings and negotiations, and that there is open, authentic conversation, not just made up one, which we used to study when we were kids. Trust and respect are focused and fostered, and positive interaction is the norm. The best time to start developing a positive learning environment in your classroom is during the first days, weeks, and months of the school year, but it's never too late to get started. I always, as a trainer, hate to give ready-made recipes to my, especially teacher trainees. It is not just what I do well means that it 100% applies to any other teacher, because the environment is different, the students are different, the demands of the learning institution are different, their psychological balance is different, their ways of approaching things are different. That is why we need to encourage them to pick up and choose the ones which do really apply to their classroom. And what's most important, we need to equip them with the ability to promote students' social and emotional well-being and progress, let them progress inside and outside of the classroom. The criteria for measuring good teaching are, as Shahida says, the amount and quality of learning the students get. The teacher must know that all students do not learn in the same way at the same time. Students in the class have a variety of levels in any particular subject. Therefore, a teacher needs to use different teaching methodology and find a method that can reach all students effectively. Other reasons to look for new techniques of teaching is the advancement of communication technology, and this pandemic has really shown us how ample and wide the requirements are and the opportunities are. information technology, and in particular education technology, have changed the mind of current generations. I have frequent contact with businessmen, corporate clients of mine, my friends who were just lost during this pandemic, losing their businesses, having to shorten and make the staff redundant and make really some unpopular decisions. Thanks God, our profession did overcome this challenge, and more or less with certain ups and downs, we kind of managed to remain in business. I always recall Charles Darwin's quote about evolution. Only those species will survive which will be capable to adapt to the locally changing circumstances. Indeed, we had a wonderful opportunity and a realistic context to see how we survived as teachers. Different methods are lecturing, discussing and dialogue, practical demonstration, group learning, investigation, problem solving, online teaching methodology. These are all well-known methods for you guys. However, we need to use them and adapt them as we consider it useful and appropriate for our contexts. Therefore, positive teaching methodology is about giving students lots of praise for good behavior and keeping disapproval and reprimands to a minimum. To manage and shape behavior, please pay attention to these key words: manage and shape behavior, create a positive classroom culture, and make sure lots of teaching and learning is done. Giving positive feedback, even when it's not great, also helps. Always start feedback with a positive element. Even if something is wrong, highlight an area they did do well to not deflate the child. When I did my CELTA course, Cambridge CELTA course, I remember it in a sense very horrifically, because our trainers were very strict. They did make us work very hard. They did provide lots of sometimes too exaggerated types of feedback, because that was the standard of Cambridge and CELTA, but it was done in such a meaningful, positive, productive, development of oriented manner that it really did its job. For example, in practice, we can say something like this: your handwriting is really neat here. However, you have misunderstood the question, rather than saying, no, your essay is not right. Of course, teaching and psychology are very much interrelated. And behavior is, I would say, 80% of the learning environment. Therefore, we need to underline the fact that teaching positive behavior strategies or developing those strategies in ourselves is also another important element. So you should encourage yourself to see behavior as a form of communication. Pay attention to this very important element, behavior as a form of communication. I remember my little brother's child, when I used to be very tough on him on certain items, he would tell me, Mami da, that's it, that's the only thing that I can do. Leave me alone, give me a break, I want to play. Don't give me a hard time. And he was so honest in telling me this. Yes, every behavior sends a message about what a student needs. Some messages are easy to read. Some need more deciphering, or some need more deciphering. That's why we need to somehow make our, as teachers, profession interdisciplinary, some knowledge of psychology, some knowledge of behavior, some knowledge of any other interdisciplinary fields will help us a lot to help them in their endeavors. Once you understand the message behind the behavior, you can better support students. I think you will agree with me. There is always something that kind of signals what's going on inside the mind of the student and how we should apply these in our practice. Instead of reaching to challenging behaviors, you can proactively reduce them. Here is how positive behavior strategies can help you do that. A, help build a trusting relationship between teachers, students, and families. There are lots of methods such as virtual contracts, verbal gentleman's agreement, or something like that. Teach and reinforce new skills, and every novelty is a challenge, we know. So we need to reinforce those new skills. Once you understand why a student is behaving a certain way, you can respond more effectively, and these strategies prompt you to consider multiple reasons for behavioral difficulties. Not just kids, adults, my corporate clients, my business clients, you should see how challenging their behavior is. And I always joke with them, if you don't behave well and if you don't study, I will make your behavior public. And I will post on Facebook, of course, jokingly, how you guys, when you come in front of the audiences and have great presentations and great challenges and publish articles in journals, what you do in the classroom with me. Of course, I joke about it because I just want to raise their awareness about taking responsibility for their own learning. Remember, creating a classroom layout that supports students is another building block for our positive learning and teaching environment. Posting and defining positive behavior expectations. With your students, co-create classroom expectations that are observable, observable, not just blah, 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 or use of my power as a teacher. Measurable, they should know what is being measured by what kind of behavior, positive, of course, and understandable. Limit expectations to 3 to 5 statements because naturally fulfilling something takes time. And if we have lots of expectations, this will again be just a piece of bureaucratic document. Explicitly teach behavior expectations, i.e. plan, teach and practice expected behaviors, plan, teach and practice routines and procedures like tests, submission of different kinds of tasks, homework, etc., especially at schools. This can be a very, very effective tool for you. Reinforce and reteach routines, procedures, and expectations throughout the year, because they may forget things or may just intentionally disregard them. Establish ways to monitor your classroom and frequently check in with students. Have systems to respond to behavior. Acknowledge positive behavior when you see it, and we have lots of different teaching and methodological tools to reward our students for good behavior and good performance, starting with very simple ones, stickers or some kind of benefits, ending up with good prizes at the end of the school year, etc. Providing rewards, explicitly teaching and reinforcing new skills aligned to appropriate behavior, and setting competence anchors for students. Now, let's see how I use positive behavior strategies during distance learning, because you would agree with me, all of you have been teaching throughout this pandemic period in a distance mode, that it was quite challenging and quite difficult, new, and something that really made our students adapt to it very, very negatively, or even not so effectively. And not saying anything about students, teachers as well, professors as well, had lots of challenges with that. So schedule regular check-ins with students and their families. I mean families because sometimes having a kind of contract or cooperation with the moms and dads, mostly in case of our Georgian case, it's mothers, especially for little kids, school children, does really help to have a good outcome. Explicitly teach and review expectations and routines for distance learning, because memorizing, reminding them lots of things helps a lot. Teaching strategies and providing flexible support for organization, planning, and self-regulation. Yes, it's not just that I am managing you. You as a student should also pick up certain elements that help you to be better. Help students develop strategies for managing stress and anxiety, including using distance learning brain breaks during live lessons. Learn more about trauma-informed teaching and strategies for supporting students' social and emotional needs, because I was horrified myself how hard it is for my university students, not saying anything about the school children, in terms of traumatic experiences. And I discovered so many, I would say, unexpected things for me about my students in terms of their traumas, family instances, etc., that it did really ring the bell for me to do something on that side as well. Yes, intrinsic motivation. You all know two types of motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic comes from inside, and extrinsic is that affects you from outside. Feeling good about themselves in an intrinsic motivator to students, especially elementary ones, and positive actions help children to feel good about themselves. Not just children, it's adults as well. First, actions are always preceded by thoughts. Second, actions and behaviors are typically consistent with thoughts. Third, feelings children experience about themselves are based in large part by their actions. And helping students learn that by changing a negative thought to a positive can produce positive actions, and that positive actions will help them feel good about themselves is a powerful intrinsic motivator. How to reinforce positive behaviors? Okay. Certificates, stickers, toy prizes, tickets, lots of different kinds of electronic ways. They're just triples, right? Not that important at one side, but it really does help students to feel good about the learning process. As students make that connection between positive behavior and good feelings and continue producing positive actions, they will feel good about themselves. The intrinsic motivation is strengthened, and students will continue presenting more positive actions and exhibiting positive behaviors. Always respond with positivity, because positivity is a key component of a positive learning environment. I remember way back 20 years ago when I worked for international organizations like USAID, etc., and the government structures were not that clarified. One of my British bosses used to tell us, Lela, don't get angry at them because comments of some of the people were just hilarious there. Kill them with your kindness. Then I did not understand what it really meant, but with my more intensive experience with work practice, I could see that positivity and kindness create the environment where people self-assess themselves and understand how to move forward. And that applies to students as well, because interacting with students in a positive manner, exhibiting positive behaviors, and maintaining a positive attitude is indeed one of the most important steps for creating a positive learning environment and producing successful students. Remember that teaching students how to communicate, interact with each other in a positive manner is the key to fostering a positive learning environment in the classroom, and task-based learning helps us a lot in any class, in any type of teaching, whether it's general English, business English, or any other disciplines, because positivity is the most powerful agent of change for establishing and maintaining a positive learning environment at school and in the classroom. And remember that change is a difficult process. It's a tough process. It's not easy, and we need to be equipped with all kinds of arsenal to make it happen. Storytelling is an excellent method across the disciplines. And in this case as well, sharing some stories from the summer helps to develop this positivity. It helps students to get to know each other and their teacher, and helps you build rapport with them. Blog creation is another one. This is another great way to keep students and teachers up to date and involved in what's going on in the classroom on a daily basis, on a regular basis. It is also a great place to post upcoming projects, guidelines, study guides, etc. Planning for the future and living in the moment is another very good bridge to making step towards what I'm talking. As you work towards creating a positive learning environment for your students, stay focused on the present. Yes, akda amjamad. Creating a positive working environment is a process. It won't happen overnight. Don't get so caught up with the end goal that you are not able to savor the moment. Okay? Be enthusiastic, smile, let your students know that you are excited to be there and you're excited they are there. Let me share with you some of these pandemic teaching experiences. You all came across with the cases when students would switch off their cameras and God knows what they were doing behind them, or pretend that they were there, but actually they were not there. Or I even caught up some of my students having 3 computers open at the same time, and as if they were in class with me, they were doing something else on those 2 computers, you see? Okay, so I pretended I could not notice them, but actually I made such judgments or such comments as well, which rang the bell for them that we can see everything there. However, I did it in a positive manner and I used it even as a teaching resource. I told him, because I really heard he forgot to switch off the microphone, and I could hear that, and I told him, Appa George, can you tell us some piece of news that you heard from your friend there? And he was startled, of course, but I did not make him lose his face in front of the class. Again, I used it as a very good speaking activity and productive activity so that other students could also hear, listen, and then give some comments. Thus, your positive attitude, enthusiasm is key to creating and maintaining a positive learning environment in the classroom. Positive attitude helps in everything. For example, I lost my father to COVID this summer. It was very hard experience, terrible experience, but this positive attitude, realistic attitude, indeed helped me to overcome it with vigor and with confidence. So your ability to maintain a positive attitude and stay optimistic is at the core of your ability to establish a positive learning environment. All the changes start with us, from inside us. Nothing happens by chance and only from outside. Focusing on the positive means that there is always something positive to be found in even the worst student. Each day, find something good in each student and point it out to them. It will help them a lot, especially, and we always come across with such cases where they don't have clear and very positive family environments, conditions. Who knows what is happening behind the scene? Therefore, helping them to be positive in the classroom helps them a lot, at least to spend those 3 or 2 hours with us in a different manner. Focusing on the positive in every student will enable you to create and maintain a truly positive learning environment for your students. You will help each student build this team and self-worth that will last a lifetime. I don't know about you, but I was amazed, and I am amazed actually, during the whole period of my teaching experience. Why do our students, not really differentiating the young ones or the adult ones, have such low self-esteem and self kind of worth? They are scared of something, not really focused on having the winning mentality. I don't know. This is a very good research question, I would say, for a very good thesis. So therefore, this is the fact of life, and we need to somehow find the ways to doing it. So at the end, let me finish my presentation with a positive comment. When the going gets tough, the tougher gets going. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please do ask. If not, Elena, once again, thank you very much for this platform, for this opportunity. And I am all yours in future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Lela, for your energy, first of all, for your enthusiasm, positivity, and that you fill us with the motivation. And also I think you have assured us that really we teachers are motivators. You know, we don't have to expect our students to come with motivation in our class. I think we need to motivate them. For sure, we have lots of problems as teachers, right? We have families and there are lots of problems around us, but still they are younger than us and we have more experience than they do. And actually, I always tell myself that I have to inspire my students, and that's our job. thank Leila. If you have any questions to Leila.
Please do. I'm open to questions. Please do, especially those ones who wish to implement this type of methodology in your classes. I'm ready to help.
Yeah, without positivity, we don't have effect.
Yes, and this is not just mere kind of hypothetical words. It's really, really, really very, maybe you do it, but you do not realize it.
By the way, I have to mention, by the way,
yes.
Leila called me several weeks ago, and Elena, well, are you going to make this conference in Khoni? Yes, I told you, you know, my grandmother is from Khoni. Yes, and so from Ivandi, by the way. And so, and Leila was just delighted to participate. And thank you very much for your energy, for your time, and for everything. Yes. Okay, if you don't have any questions, now
have any questions? Okay.
Okay.
Pleasure for me. Thank you very much.
I'm going to present our next presenter, Miss Maya Temaladze. I met Michael last year in Sachkhere. And, you know, I was so I felt uneasy because what am I going to to share with Michael? And I was really a little I felt uneasy really, Michael. And Michael is so humble person. I don't know, I can't just describe her. Michael, I love you very much. Thanks for being with us today. And I want to I want to read about Michael because I can't just tell it. She has been teaching English in Sachkhere Public School #2 for already 29 years. She is also a teacher trainer for the British Council Georgia and Teachers Professional Development Center. Maya is a 2005 Fulbright Teachers Excellent Award alumna from Montana State University, USA. In 2016, Maya took English Teachers Professional Development course in Edinburgh Language Academy, ELA, United Kingdom. She is also a T4 country ambassador, and this is honor for Georgian people, really. Maya is a facilitator for British Council online teacher community of practice. Maya is one of the 2017 National Teacher Prize Top 10 finalists. She is also a runner for 2019 International Best Teacher RSA in Education. Thank you for being with us, Michael. Now, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you, Eleni. You said too much about me. I did not intend to just. I'm a teacher of English at Sachkhere Public School #2. That is my main duty, responsibility. Yeah. Yes. So, hello, dear colleagues. It's an honor for me to be presenting in front of you, especially some of the faces, Leila, for example, Anana, Katie, they are my friends, and it's very honor. I'm delighted to be have been invited to be a keynote speaker at this first regional conference organized by an amazing person and an amazing professional, Miss Elena Tsatsua. And I know I met her once only face to face, but I've observing her for a long time, what she does for not only Khoni teachers, English teachers, but for every teacher in Georgia. And that's a great motivation and dedication, Elena, and thank you for your contribution to develop English teachers and teaching English in our country. Today, in the era of multiple challenges, more than ever, our students need to develop 21st century skills, and you, Elena, spoke about these skills. For example, critical thinking, creativity, and the ability to communicate effectively, innovate, and solve problems through negotiation and collaboration. And that is very important in today's world. And in order to develop these higher order thinking skills, we must engage our students in meaningful inquiry-based learning that will have genuine value and relevance for our students, for their personal lives, and for their communities. I can quote here Albert Einstein's words. He said that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of minds to think. And that is our mission. That is our English teachers' mission, to help our students not only learn grammar and vocabulary and language skills, but also develop and enhance cognitive and analytical abilities, and simply help them use the English language as the tool to make real connections with people and to learn more about diverse culture, places, lifestyles, and to create them for them successful opportunities for the future. Throughout my professional career, I have used, like Leila said, of course, all the methods of teaching, but now we have to pace up with a new era. And I have started using such innovative approaches as project-based learning and content-based instruction. And I will speak in my presentation about one of the approaches, which is which my students and I are very fond of. Let me say the topic of my presentation. This is integrating culture and history through language learning, changes and challenges. And the subtopic will be teaching American culture and history through public speaking, creative writing, and debates. And for this, to implement this activity, I use the approach I mentioned, CLIL. The abbreviation CLIL stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning. It's a new trend in ESL world, and it means that we teach content subjects such as science, math, history, geography through English. English is the medium instruction here. Both science or history or geography teachers and the language teachers can use CLIL. In the best situation, subject teachers teach CLIL. However, in Georgian reality, it's quite difficult because I don't know many teachers, many science teachers who know English and who can teach, for example, physics in English. Although there are some schools, some private schools in Georgia who use this methodology. I personally attended American high school and attended their physics lesson, where physics teacher taught physics in English. In this case, we English teachers have to take lead here in Georgia and teach these subjects. However, this is also challenging for us because I don't know physics, I don't know chemistry, or however, we can do history and geography quite well. Also, it also needs good preparation from our side. We have to prepare, for example, history topic in order to teach it in English, right? Okay, let's move on and talk a little bit about CLIL. In order to implement CLIL in your classroom, and I use CLIL not only in my formal lessons, but also in my after school clubs. CLIL, Content and Language Integrated Learning, has 4 pillars. The first 4 C's. The first C is content. Of course, we need content to teach. For example, let's take history. What is history or culture topic? For example, Civil War in America. The second C is communication. So what language will our students communicate at the lesson? For example, the language of reasoning, to communicate why Civil War was important in American history. The third C is cognition. Which thinking skills are demanded of the students in this particular lesson? Hypothesizing. For example, what would have happened if abolitionists had not persuaded people about the cruelty of slavery? And the fourth C is culture or citizenship. Is there a cultural focus on the lesson? Which writers wrote about slavery? Were there any leaders? What influence they had on the society? What were the accomplishments? Okay, this is the methodology approach I am using in the project I'm going to share with you now. Let's move on. In my after-school club, I teach history and culture of another country, in this case, American history. Now let's speak, why is it important to teach our students history of another country, culture of another country? Is it that important? It has a lot of reasons. I have brought here some. As we study the past to better understand the present, so we study the history of another country to better understand our own national experience. And that is very important in today's world for our youngsters. Studying history and culture of another country encourages students to think historically, reconstruct events of the past, draw conclusions, and make decisions that are relevant for today. And I can quote here Thomas Krall, the author: "The stories of one nation's successes and failures in handling internal disputes serve as useful case studies for people of other countries facing similar challenges." Now let's move and say, why is it important to study history and culture with language learning together? This, as Leila mentioned, intrinsic motivation, it's very difficult to raise students' intrinsic motivation. And this method clearly enhances students' intrinsic motivation to use English naturally. It enhances students' language skills, develops students' critical and creative thinking skills, enhances intercultural awareness and competence, and thus makes students responsible, tolerant, global citizens. But this methodology also helps us teachers, English teachers. It equips us with different tools, teaching tools, and makes us better professionals. Now I'm going to share my school's experience. You know that pandemic created problems for all teachers worldwide. I was not an exception. And I tried different ways how to minimize the learning losses and how to raise my students' motivation. And one of the ways was to move my after-school club into the online platform. At that time, it was last winter, Peace Corps Georgia announced a virtual pilot program service for their former Peace Corps volunteers who served in Georgia. And I applied, and my club was selected. My club was public speaking, creative writing, and debates club. And I was partnered through this program. I was partnered with former Peace Corps volunteer, an amazing young man. And by the way, he worked in Khoni municipality, Jackson Collier. Many of you in Khoni know him. So it was a new challenge for me because Jackson and I had to plan our curriculum and plan every lesson for our club virtually. And it was, I've never done it before, and it was quite challenging, but I am happy to say that we did it with hard work, with dedication, but it worked. So I'm sharing with you now the curriculum of the club. The curriculum is divided into 3 phases that covers important aspects of writing and speaking. The first phase was dedicated and covered creative writing, which covered important writers in American history. The second phase was public speaking, covered certain topics and events in American history as well as important figures. The last phase, debates, which revolved around the American election system and the system of government and democracy. And doing the club in these 3 phases allowed students to develop their writing, speaking, critical thinking skills, and then they used all these skills in order to participate in the final phase, which was debates. The authors, public figures, and events from US history and culture, which my students covered and learned about. The first one was Henry David Thoreau and his book Walden. Then was Dr. Maya Angelou and her poem, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And then there was a young poet, Amanda Gorman, and her inaugural poem, The Hill We Climb. Students learned about abolitionists and a role model and leader, Frederick Douglass. They learned about Native Americans and new settlers and their relationships. Students learned about the cruelty of slavery and outcome of American Civil War. And in the final phase, they learned about American democracy, formation of American government, and election systems. And the final stage, as I said, was debates. Students used all the skills they gained in the previous phases. And of course, throughout all the activities, students' opinions were supported and encouraged. Students made connections to their country's situation. Of course, very naturally, they developed their language skills. They boosted confidence to speak, to write. They developed their critical thinking skills. And of course, they became better, responsible citizens. Here I have some slides from our lessons. This is Amanda Gorman, a young poet who spoke at the inauguration of US President. Students not only learned about their biographies or lent their poems, or they wrote, they created some creative pieces. They learned the language, of course, figurative language, for example. They worked on hyperbole, imagery, simile, metaphor, and so on, and created their own pieces. This is Dr. Maya Angelou, and they wrote creative essays based on her quotes. For example, they wrote about, discussed, and they wrote about her saying, "Good done anywhere is good done everywhere." We debated about this as well. Of course, it was an online club, and we used online digital tools and web pages. We very frequently, almost at every lesson, we used Padlet, Mentimeter. Students recorded their speeches on Flipgrid, and I will share with you. And we used also near.com. It has wonderful resources and lesson plans for culture and history. And now I will share with you a couple of videos my students recorded on Flipgrid. This first one is, they had the task to record whether they were Native Americans or new settlers, and they addressed the other group. So let's listen to Salome.
Michael, I think we can't hear it clearly.
Sorry, so you don't hear it. Don't you hear?
Not clearly. I think you have to turn on something there. I mean, when you are sharing, you have to click turn with voice.
Okay, I will stop sharing, and I will share it from the beginning. So if I click screen, so where is the video? Optimize for video clip. I see. But it does not share sound. Okay, I see.
Garden where we will bring the harvest.
Now, can you hear?
Yeah, very well.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
We need some preparation for winter too, because we know it's not gonna be easy for us. We need to build houses as fast as we can. We also need the source of water, source of food, and other supplies for living. We would be very thankful if you could help us with that, and also give us some advice where it's good place for living, for where it's good place for hunting, where it's more safe place, and also if you could give us some advice how to adapt on this land. Thank you.
And another student who recorded her opinion about Frederick Douglass.
Hello, my name is Natia Zamahide, and I'm going to talk about Frederick Douglass and his greatness. Frederick Douglass was an abolitionist. He dedicated his entire life fighting against racism, and he started to dedicate his entire existence to communicate with other slaves. He encouraged them to keep fighting. He encouraged them to stand up and to fight against it. And that's why, for me personally, Frederick Douglass remains as one of the most important figures in American history. He represents greatness.
Okay, there is some problem here. And I would like to finish my presentation with the inspirational poem by Amanda Gorman, which my students were very fond of. And so this is the Miracle of Morning. I hope you will be also inspired like my students were.
Hi, I'm Amanda Gorman, and this is my poem, The Miracle of Morning. I thought I'd awaken to a world in mourning, heavy clouds crowding, a society storming, but there's something different on this golden morning, something magical in the sunlight, wide and warming. I see a dad with a stroller taking a jog across the street. A bright-eyed girl chases her dog, a grandma on a porch, fingers her rosaries. She grins as her young neighbor brings her groceries while we might feel small, separate, and all alone. Our people have never been more closely tethered because the question isn't if we can weather this unknown, but how we will weather this unknown together. So on this meaningful morn, we mourn and we mend like lights we can't be broken. Even when we bend as one, we will defeat both despair and disease. We stand with healthcare heroes and all employees, with families, libraries, waiters, schools, artists, businesses, restaurants, and hospitals hit hardest. We ignite, not in the light, but in lack thereof. For it is in loss that we truly learn to love. In this chaos, we will discover clarity. In suffering, we must find solidarity, for it's our grief that gives us our gratitude, shows us how to find hope if we ever shall lose it. So ensure that this ache wasn't endured in vain. Do not ignore the pain. Give it purpose, use it, read children's books, dance alone to DJ music. Know that this distance will make our hearts grow fonder. From a wave of woes, our world will emerge stronger. We'll observe how the burdens braved by humankind are also the moments that make us humans kind. Let each dawn find us courageous, brought closer, heeding the lights before the fight is over. When this ends, we'll smile sweetly, finally seeing, in testing times, we became the best of beings.
I hope Amanda inspired you with her magical attitude and words. And I wish you will never lose hope and strive to make the world a better place. You are the ones that can make change. You are the ones that can inspire.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. It was
if you have any questions, I can.
Yeah, wonderful. We're inspired, really. Do you have any questions?
I have one question. Well, just your opinion. Well, it's said that good teachers are born, not made. What do you think about?
There is some truth in it. There is some truth, but yes, they are born. But I have seen some teachers that from the beginning they strived, but then by their professional development, by seeing, by being influenced, they became great teachers. You know, when I first had my outer observation, when I was just 23 years old, my teacher said, "Oh, you did not conduct your lesson, blah, blah, blah." But there was another lady who attended me the same day, and she said, "One day you will become a great teacher."
Okay.
I thank her for these words. Yeah, she inspired me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, so much. Michael, I have a question.
Yes.
I just wonder. So, do you share these videos with foreigners, maybe native speakers? I mean, with students, your students' videos, or do they share, or do you have this kind of international project, maybe cultural projects or something like that?
Yes, we shared our videos with, for example, Peace Corps conference, which was held in DC. Yes, I share it on Facebook as well. So for other teachers,
it would be more motivating for students, right?
Yes, my student. Yeah, I shared the video. It's an international festival last summer. My students made a video.
I mean, if they exchange information, maybe about their, about their country, about culture.
Yes, yes, I had this project, and this September, my 9th, 10th grade is starting exchange pen pal with Japanese school. Yes, so we will have this chance.
Yeah, great, Michael. Thank you for
thank you for giving me
informative presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. The next presenter, we have Miss Manana Kapetiwadze, but our presenter, from the next part, has asked me to just make presentation at the moment because she's abroad. Ani Shamatawa.
No. I will change it.
Yes.
Tamuna.
This is Tamuna Kalichava. Yes, I met Tamuna this year in Senaki. We also went there with the training, and Tamuna is now abroad, and she will talk about her, job. She's just leading some exchanging programs, and I wanted her to share her experiences with the Khoni municipality teachers, not only for sure, with the broader public. And Tamar, please, you can share. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena, so much. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, ელენე. და მივესალმები ჩემს საყვარელ კოლეგებს, მაია, მოგესალმები, ქალბატონო მანანა, ლელა, ქალბატონო ლელა, დიდი მადლობა.
გაიხარე. სადახარ შენ? სადახარ, Tamuna?
მოგიკითხავთ, ხორვატიიდან.
ადრეინუსაში ყოფ.
Tamuna, მე უნდა გავაზიარო შენიც და?
No, I will share. Thank you, Elena.
Meanwhile, while Tamu is sharing her presentation, I will say that to congratulate Tamuna's school because they have been selected as one of the top 100 schools worldwide.
You mean Alexis Shushania's school? Oh, yes, I visited. I don't know. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maya. Thank you so much because you helped me a lot, and I really appreciate it for your support, for everything, for sharing.
Always by your side.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Leila, do you remember we had such a great time at their school?
Yes, it was wonderful.
Yes, and when I met Tamuna, I was just looking at her and seeing myself. Tamuna, we are so similar. So I have just met her for the first time, and I think I know her for the whole life. Tamuna, you are great.
Yeah. The same for you. Thanks so much, Elena, for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, did you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, very good, nice. Because I had some technical issues here, but now the connection is really nice.
Good, great.
So I think that I'm ready. So as you know, I'm English teacher. I teach in St. Alexis Shushania School Gymnasium, which is in Senaki. And I really love my school because school provides a lot of opportunities for students, for teachers to develop and to participate in local projects and on international level as well. Okay, so today I'm going to present a non-formal education club, which I established in my school in 2017, only after I participated in Erasmus +1 project in Hungary. Before that project, I had no idea what is non-formal education. I only worked in formal education, and I would like to share it with you. What is it and how we're going to implement this formal education in non-formal education and formal education. So everybody knows here the difference between formal and in non-formal education, and I'm not going to highlight it. But the only thing I want to share with you is that formal education is really important for students because, as Maya has mentioned, students learn by doing, students learn from their peers and they develop skills. We know the 21st century skills like critical thinking, collaboration, communicative skills, problem solving, team building, and so on. Everybody knows these skills. And of course, the most important skill, which is for English teachers, is they improve language and communication skills. That's the reason and main purpose of the clubs. When we established clubs in schools, the main purpose of it is to improve communication skills together with all above mentioned skills. Okay, so now I'd like to share you some activities that I often use in my club. So the first one, okay, is this guy, this Georgian guy, let me say. And I often tell my students that we all have skills. And for example, we have knowledge, which is near our head, skills that are near our hands, actions that are near our feet, and attitude, which is near our heart. And of course, all these skills are really important in order to succeed in our future life. For example, I would like to share this activity with you as well. For example, in my club, I often ask my students, so what they want to learn during the whole week or whole month, what are their interests, for example, and also how can they support the whole working process, because, for example, if you introduce a topic and they are not interested in it, it will not work. So they should make some kind of steps to support the project, or I don't know, the workshops or seminars. They themselves should realize that they should contribute somehow in order to make this project successful. And the third question would be things that they want to, the thing that they don't want to happen. What are their fears? What are their expectations? And what they don't want to happen? And only after that we are just start working on different issues, on different topics. Yes, here are our wonderful students from St. Alexis Shoshania School Gymnasium. They were club members. Yes, and of course, students really start thinking out of the box and they find meaning in life. We made the recent project, we made a lot of projects really, but I want to share it with you. The last one, it was about educate the girl and she will change the future. And the problems discussed was, for example, the problems of early marriage, because especially in regions, we have such kind of problems because girls are getting married early and they don't finish their school, and then of course they don't have education, and it's a problem for the whole community and for the whole society. And that's why we decided to make this project that education, girls' education and general education is really important, and educated girl and educated mom can change the whole world. So that was the topic. And of course, we also developed a lot of skills. They gave presentations and we talked about basic human rights here. So I want to share it now with you how I planned the whole this project. For example, first of all, I gave them context, so the topic. Then they searched some kind of information. They did information research. Then they created resources. So I mean some kind of presentations, slides. Then they interviewed people in Senagi, for example. They asked people some questions. Then we had role play as well. This really role play is my favorite methodology because it really encourages students to be more creative, to be more active. And of course, then we had discussions about this topic. And finally, we presented it in front of other students, classmates, and also we invited school administrations, teachers, those people who were really interested in this issue, and we shared what we did during the whole month. Yeah, so here are my wonderful students. They graduated this year, yes. They are really nice and cute, yes. So now I'd like to talk about Erasmus Plus One projects, the projects that because of this project, I'm now here in Croatia doing youth exchange program. So this is European programs that support education, training, youth exchanges, and of course it is funded. Everything is funded. For example, if you decide to apply to this project, accommodation, food, and tickets are all funded. The only thing we need is your participation and your contribution. And so if you will be interested in this European youth exchange programs in non-formal education, please feel free to contact me. We have programs, different programs for youth exchange and for teachers trainings as well. So I think it's really good opportunities for everyone. All right, so I would like to mention my partner organization, Proactive Group Georgia, which I represent here, because without this partner, I would not have such kind of opportunities, to participate. So then I will contact you with my organization as well. The first project that I was in Hungary in 2017. The project was about, topic was about project management. And after this project, I started doing projects actively in my school. So it was international project, and 6 countries from different 6 countries participated, like Italy, Romania, Poland, Germany, Hungary, Georgia, and Armenia. Yes, this was teachers training actually, yeah. Then after this exchange, you will get Youth Pass, which is very, very important certificate. It's international certificate, and it would be relevant for your students and for you as well. For example, when you enclose this CV, enclose this Youth Pass in your CV, it really matters, okay? Yeah, so it's information about Youth Pass. Yes, so as I have mentioned above, so this project is funded, international trainings and trainers, so teachers can upgrade their qualifications abroad, and of course you can implement non-formal education in your schools, and you will benefit your schools and your students a lot. Yeah, then I was in Armenia, it was also training program about media literacy, and we also did this project in our school, because the media literacy is really important, because we need to teach our students how to, for example, identify fake news, because there are a lot of fake news. There is fake news on TV, and we really need to teach them how to critically evaluate this fake news and how to create objective information for themselves. And then what I did in my class, I shared my experience with them, and I told them that what is the purpose of media. For example, everybody knows that the purpose of media is to inform, to persuade, and then to entertain. Then I asked just key questions. For example, who is the author of this message? Who is the target audience? What is the message? What is the purpose of this message? I will show the messages right now. Who benefited from this message, and what information is omitted here? For example, I ask my student, so look at this advert and please tell me what does it mean? What is the advert for? Please, my dear colleagues, if you can guess. Sorry?
Not fashion?
No, maybe, but
this is a kind of tourism.
Traveling.
Exactly, traveling. Exactly.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Kate Gogalata, thanks so much. It was for traveling. Very good. Then I asked those critical questions. So who benefited from this? Yes, from this advert and something like this. For example, what is the advert for?
Women rights, maybe. For women rights, yeah.
Very good.
Gender
very
equality.
Yeah, exactly. This is about for human rights and especially women rights.
Women rights and gender equality, maybe.
Really, yes. What about this one?
Violence.
Yeah, against violence, maybe.
No, this is not a gun.
Security.
Exactly. So this is a car key. So safe traveling. No drinking while driving. No smoking, and no using mobile phones while driving. Yeah, really. And my favorite one. Yeah.
Addiction, right?
Social networks. Social networks and communication, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. This is so we are really addicted in 21st century. The Facebook, Twitter, social sites.
Of this.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah,
Yes.
so this is really favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, and also this one. So yeah, it's already written, so you guess what it's about. Yeah, against abortion. And yes, as we talk about non-formal education, you know that we don't have here assessment, we don't have grades, of course. No one will judge you because of your English or because you don't did something wrong, you don't do something well. And we assess students with this kind of things like, what do you feel, for example, on which level you are now, and they can just color things here like that, and we use it for assessment in non-formal education. And here we were in Poland, in Lublin. It was it was a training as well. It was about hate speech and bullying. Yeah, so we had intercultural night because every country presents their culture, and we really share our culture with our foreign friends. And yeah, so this is This was a youth exchange in Bulgaria. And my students participated there, and they really got really nice experience here. Yeah, so Georgia in Bulgaria. Yeah, my students, and we also were in Finland. It's about ecological summit. We were in February in Moldova. It was APV. This means advanced planning learning, where leaders from each country just get before the project, a month before the project, and they just discuss and they make the whole program, how we're going to work during the 10 days, and say we just share responsibilities. For example, here in Croatia, I have 4 sessions to lead, and that's why I told Elena, because Elena, please help me, because I have sessions, and otherwise I will not able to lead the sessions. Yeah, so the topic was about career, how to choose our career, how to plan our future, to discover new insights and new interests in our life. And also in July in 2021, we were in Estonia. This was the best project, actually. Really nice project with good accommodation, with whole program. And then from Estonia, they invited us to Croatia, and I decided to go there really fast before the school starts, because then I wouldn't have such kind of opportunities to join this project, because it's really hard for teachers to travel. Okay, every month it's impossible to travel, but during the vacation, for me, it's okay. Yeah, so my students are here. And finally, I think that, yeah, these projects, non-formal education is especially foreign youth exchanges really helps, and students will benefit a lot, and they will develop their skills that we will need for their future life and future life. So thanks so much. That was my presentation. And
thank you.
Yeah, so
thank you, Kako.
Thank you.
I do appreciate that you are abroad, that you have lots of stuff there, and still you just take your time and participated here with us in our conference. Thank you. Do you have any questions, or maybe you want to express just opinion about someone's experience and very interesting professional life?
I have a question. Tamara, thank you very much. Wish you good luck. This is a very
Thank
nice
you, Lela.
victory
Thank you
of
so
yours.
much.
I love you, appreciate you very much, your hard work, and I remember you from my trainings and other conference involvements, Tamara. I have one question, my dear. So you are currently based in what country?
Sorry,
In
Lela.
what country are you based at the moment?
You mean
I mean within the project.
Yeah, it could be, for example, European countries as well, but it depends, Lela. We have program countries and partner countries.
Okay.
So program countries are those countries who apply for the project. So, for example, Georgia is a partner country and we can't apply. But, for example, Germany can apply and the project could be in Georgia as a partner country. So it depends. Yeah, it depends.
Okay. Therefore, from that perspective, I have a question in terms of intercultural differences and different kinds of attitudes and approaches, because in an international and multinational environment, we always come up with certain misunderstandings and certain challenges, okay? So what are your straight from the horse's mouth observations?
Yeah, so the thing that I noticed that things that I noticed is that, well, here people are from different backgrounds, yes, people are from different culture, but even though they share the common interests with us, for example, we share the same values, for example, love, friendship, yes, they are really kind and they are eager to share their cultures and knowledge, even though we are from different cultures, but we have the same values, believe me, and these people really are eager to share everything with us, and all these people, believe me, in 1 month they will be in Georgia and participating in youth exchanges here in our project as well. ყლაპი, ღვინო, ჭაჭაც კი წამოვიღოთ, ეხლა უნდა ვაფოთხიალო, აქ სულგლონები ვიცან.
ჩოუტარე მასტერ კლასი, ჩოუტარე.
მეგრული ჭაჭამაც წამოვებული.
I think that we need to give more opportunities our teachers, Georgian teachers, to go abroad and just get experience, then come and just lead this cultural educational, I don't know, education. That's very important.
Really nice. I want to go with you as well. Let's plan together.
For sure. I'm ready.
I will come. I will definitely come with you.
I got my international passport ready.
Yeah, I already offered you, but you refused me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, in the middle of August, I was just.
Okay.
I was very busy.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, thanks a lot. I do appreciate just your
participation. Love you. Thank you so much.
Love you so much. Now I want to just present. Sorry. Yeah. Do you have any questions?
I just want to express my admiration towards Mona, because it's quite rare that teachers in that age, I mean, you look really young, I believe you're really young, do so much things and are very active. I think you're just great example for other teachers to be more active and great motivation. So keep doing that. And thank you.
Inga, lovely, I love you. So, Inga, that was Inga, yeah?
No, that is Tico. That was Tico, yeah, my friend Tico.
Really, Tico, hi, I love you as well. But I know here is Inga.
We are going to fall in love with each other because you are a very inspirational person, so it's very
easy.
You need to be in love with you.
Yeah, by the way,
thank you again. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, Mrs. Manana Kapatiwate, I'm going to read her biography because it's too long. I can't. Like Lela's and Mrs. Maya's biography. So she's English teacher at Baghdadi Public School #2. She's a mentor teacher, National Teacher Prize 2018 winner. Teacher trainer for British Councils, former educational trainer for Peace Corps, pre-service training TEA program alumni, manager of Baghdadi Innovation Center, and youth club regional coordinator for Baghdadi and Sajkara school clubs. So thanks, Miss Manana. Please, you can just share your experiences. I would like to thank her because she just insisted that I have to arrive in Khoni, and that's why. So she said that I'm really fed up with online communication. I want to come to Khoni, and for sure in Emirati, you know how hospitable we are, so I could not refuse. Okay, so where we go is.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm really happy and honored to be here to participate in this conference. And I'm also very happy to see so many familiar faces, and some of my friends are attending the conference. The environment here in Khoni is so friendly, and one more thing, I asked Elena not to say all this stuff about me, just say English teacher at Baghdadi Public School #2. This is the most important thing. So today I would like to share my experience about informal education and language learning. So how I use elements of informal education in teaching. And before I start my presentation, I would like to share a very, very short video of my student. But how can I do it? With the sound. This is the most important. Could you please help me if I can do it with the sound? Oh. Can you hear? Just stop it.
No, we don't see your screen. No.
Yeah, I'm going to share it. Okay, just a second, please. Here we go. And share sound. Okay, thank you. So, so please listen to this cute girl reading something.
Amelia Bedelia by Peggy Parrish. Amelia Bedelia called Mr. Rogers. Is the coffee ready? Coming right up, said Amelia Bedelia. She poured a cup of coffee. She took into the dining room. There, said Amelia Bedelia. Would you like something more? Yes, said Mr. Rogers. Toast and eggs. Fine.
Okay, I'm not gonna continue with her reading, but I just have a question to you. What do you think? How old she might be?
Might be 6.
5, 6, yeah.
Okay, she's now in the 2nd grade, and she's 8 years old. She will be 8 years old very soon. And she's a student of mine, and I'm really happy to have her as my student. She's not native speaker. She's not native speaker, but what she does, she's it's really very, very natural. She's not acting. She's not playing. She's very natural. And when she was in this, when she you know how we started learning English online, and then we had hybrid teaching, and we met the students in person, and in the 2nd grade she started learning the letters and reading. Do you think it's possible for the student in the 2nd grade to read so fluently? With our 35 minutes 2 times a week with 27 kids in the class. It's really hard, right? So that's why we have to include some informal education elements in our teaching. Once we do this, once we create condition for the students to learn in a natural way, so their precious minds will develop very authentically, and they will be very free to talk, very free to think and exchange exchange ideas, or just say what they think about some things. So what I wanted to say that informal ways of learning, it's really important. It's really important because of that. So we let our students just not read boring texts and not do some boring exercises, but learn by doing, learn by thinking, learn by experiencing, right? I want to share some quotes that, and my favorite is Albert Einstein's quote, "I never teach my pupils, I only provide the conditions in which they can learn." So this is my kind of goal, to provide the opportunities for my students to learn. If you teach them, so they can learn something, but they might forget or something. But when they experience something, right, by doing and by creating, they will learn it forever. As John Ron said, that formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. And I agree with this quote. So I would like to share some of my activities, what I do with my students, and how I help them to develop the 4 C's that are very important for 21st century. The 4 C's, we know this: critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration, and what is the 4th one? Oh my God. Critical thinking, collaboration, creativeness, and
communication.
The fourth four. What is it?
Digital literacy?
No. The 4 C's.
Communication.
Oh.
Communication. Communication.
Communication. I'm so sorry. Okay, so again, including the elements of informal learning, it is very practical. It is lifetime learning. So, and you as a teacher can use diverse methods and contents. You can use local resources, or you can ask your student to create resources and share the resources, and they learn everything based on their participation, based on their involvement in the language learning. And you as a teacher, you're not a teacher at this moment, you're kind of a facilitator, you're a friend, you guide them, you help them, and the activities may be spontaneous and creative. And I really love spontaneous, because when we do some role plays, or when we do some drama and impromptu speech, my students feel very comfortable, because I don't measure their knowledge and their presentation by mistakes or just grades or something. They know that they are free and they can express themselves, and this makes them really, really happy. So I will start with some activities that my students really like, and it's also experienced, and it really worked well. So the first activity I would like to share with you is called the Code of Arms. Here you can give the students a piece of paper, and just tell them to divide this piece of paper into 4 parts and make a circle in the middle, so where they can write the motto of their life. When first I gave them this activity, they were like, what is the motto? They didn't know about this word, and when I explained them, they go, oh, okay. And they created their own motto themselves sometimes. So never tell a lie is the motto of one of my students. Whatever you do, just remember that God is with you. This is another motto of their life. So, and on these other 4 parts of the paper, on the left, right corner, above, I asked them to associate themselves with the kind of weather they liked. So what is your favorite type of weather, and what weather would you associate yourself with? So some of them, they could write, or they could draw, or they could do both on this piece of paper. And they sometimes draw the rain, and they would, when presenting, they say that I associate myself with the rainy weather because I'm very emotional and I cry so much. Some associate themselves with the sunny weather, some with snowy, and they have their own ideas. And when you listen to them, you kind of are so happy when your students think creatively, think out of the box, and can express themselves freely. Another, like down, associate yourself with an animal, or what animal would you like to be? And they, like you see, they have like drawn dogs and cats and bear sometimes, and wolf. When he was presenting about himself, he was like a wolf because I can get angry sometimes like a wolf. Another place there you can see on the right corner above, what is the place for you, the calmest, the sweetest place that you feel very comfortable? Some of them draw churches, and most of them, of course, draw their homes and their houses. And down, what plant would you associate with? What plant do you look like? And you can see that some of them draw roses and like apple trees and fir trees and so on and so forth. And when they presented it, then we put them, and we had the gallery walk around on the walls of the classroom, and they kind of like looked through each other's drawings and writings, and they shared in English, and I was so happy they shared in English their own ideas about this activity. Again, this activity helps you to helps them to think creatively and to be very creative and to express their ideas, and speaking skills also are involved in this activity. Another activity, I just want to be very, okay, can you put it down? Oh no, oops, sorry. This was called the coat of arms. So another activity is fake book, as we call it. It's not a Facebook, but it's a fake book activity. When I asked my students, they were like 7th graders, I guess. Yeah, 7th graders. When I asked my students to create a Facebook of very like famous people in the past, or from the past. So some of them created Albert Einstein, some of them created Agatha Christie, and some of them like Kakuta Cholokhashvili with his friend. What I asked them to do was like to create a Facebook page of these famous people, and also to write at least one post that they would express themselves and what would they want to write. You can see here Yakov Gogibashvili's and Kalkuta's, and another person here is, I guess, I don't remember who is that, and I can see it well. So they congratulate each other with the birthday, Kaputa's birthday, happy birthday. And here they shared the post about Generation Z, which is my project, and I will talk about this, that this was the best team ever. And Agatha Christie, she was talking about the COVID-19. Just imagine, these fake books were really creative, and students kind of ask use their critical thinking skills. So what would Albert Einstein say about the Generation Z team? Or what would Agatha Christie say about the COVID pandemic right now? They use the imagination, of course, and the critical thinking. They ask themselves so many questions when doing this activity. Again, we had the gallery walk and walked through and watched it and looked through them, and the students were really happy and excited, and they were sharing with each other so many ideas about it. So if you try to do this kind of activity with your students, believe me, they will love it. Another activity that I had with my students when we had the topic about the countries and nationalities. And it was kind of like a boring lesson. So they asked me some questions about passports, and we talked about like international passports. So I showed them mine, and they were like, oh, so like they were very interested in it. And then I came up with spontaneous idea, as usually happens with me, to create the passports of the countries they like the most. Just to think about the countries, which one they love and or like or want to travel, and create the passports. They started creating the passports, and they wrote all the information they learned in the passports, and then they like, okay, we made the passports, and then what? And I was like, oh my God, I have to think of something right now. And I came up to the idea of a role play in the airport. And we just moved the chairs, and I wrote there on the piece of paper that this is the passport control, this is the check-in desk, this is the customs officer. And we did this role play during this lesson. And they were really, really, I don't know, I didn't expect. I have the video of it recorded, but we don't have so much time to show it here. But if you are interested, you can like see my Facebook videos, and you can see all these plays and role plays there. So, and they did it so well and so naturally that I was really impressed. And I promised them to take to a real airport. And as a teacher, responsible teacher, I really did it, and I took them to the airport. And I asked them to bring their passports to the airport. And on this picture over here, you can see that they are showing their passports to the passport control. And he was like laughing and smiling, like looking at these passports the kids created. And we had the lesson in the airport. So we showed around the airport, and they were so kind that they let the student go through passport control, through this check-in desk, and we were taken outside, but they promised us to take to the airplane, but unfortunately it was flying to Moscow, and we couldn't get into the plane. But they brought us the fire trucks, the new fire trucks, that my students were able to have a ride on it. They were so happy, and I have a question, like, do you think they will forget their English lesson? I don't think so, right? They will remember this lesson for the rest of their lives. That's why it is so good when you take them to the place which is like very real, where the real life situations happen, on very authentic places, and they will remember it much more better than they learn during the lessons. Again, we had you can see here the students. This is my project about Generation Z, and I'll talk about it. So, and we made a video here, and if you're interested, you can find on the Facebook Generation Z /Ahali Kalba, and you can see the videos that my students created, and they are still creating. This is the 4th year, I guess, that we still work on this project. Now, pandemic, of course, makes for us it difficult to do the videos and record the interesting people and interesting situations and activities, but we still kind of try to manage. Another thing that, oh, this is the Generation Z that I would like to talk about. I also work in Baghdad as a manager of Innovation Center, and we have, I always had a Peace Corps volunteer because I was involved in Peace Corps since 2001 with my Kotre Maladze. We were the first counterparts of the Peace Corps, Georgia. And then from 2006, I started working there as an education trainer for 9 years. I always ask for the volunteers to come to my place and help us with the projects and with learning. And I always had them like two Peace Corps volunteers, one in the school and one in the Innovation Center as an NGO sector, or IOD they call it now. And we wrote a grant, and we bought 2 video cameras and all the stuff that are needed for like shooting in videos and creating videos. I asked I kind of announced about this project, and the students from different schools come to Innovation Center. They are not from only my school. They were from different schools, and we created a team that would gather like 2 times or 3 times a week, and would sit and work on a project, and would record some interesting activities by the teachers and students in Baghdadi and around Baghdadi. We were all like, and we started working so well and so hard that we had the people from Imedi TV came to our Innovation Center, and they would do the master classes to our students. And then we were invited to different places. Wherever there is some interesting activities going on, they would invite us. So we were in Tbilisi for Ilian University picnic, and we went to Zugdidi Tech Park, and to different places. Now the students, they have finished the school, but we have another new generation that come up. They are young students, now 8th and 9th graders, who continue their work. Another thing that I would like you to share, what I did this summer within informal education, I just, at school, I run the clubs. They are reading clubs and English clubs and speaking club. I announced reading club for the young learners, and I wanted to do is for all the ages of the students. But once I did with the elder one, then they closed everything. Due to pandemic, we could not gather together and do some activities. But I want to share with you these 2 clubs that I had. I planned a lot of activities, and we read Amelia Bedelia's stories with the younger learners. Some of them cannot read yet, but some of them know reading. So we read with my elder students, we read the Amelia Bedelia stories, and after that we had some activities. Amelia Bedelia is a very famous American story. These books are written by Herman Parrish and Peggy Parrish, and you see that Bobby, she was reading about Amelia Bedelia, and this is kind of very like funny character with a little bit strange. She takes things literary, and we did some activities like describing her. So I kind of cut the words, and on different pieces of paper I draw Amelia Bedelia, and then the kids had to create their hats. You can see here the hats of Amelia Bedelia, and we had the bingo game, we had like vocabulary games, and the last part was the Amelia Bedelia in this book. She eats s'mores. I even didn't know what the s'mores were, but one of my students she knew what was it, and I made s'mores with the marshmallows and the biscuits or cookies, and they enjoyed it. And this day was really happy for them, and also they will remember these days forever because of this kind of. They were learning actually, but they were learning in a different situation. It was not a classroom, it was outside, it was sunny day, and they were having fun and were sang and play games and all the stuff, and kids really enjoyed it. Another like day camp that I organized this summer was camp that was called kindness, empathy, and tolerance. I asked them, the requirement was that they had to read the story Wonder by Palacio. And when they applied, again, they are like from different cities, from different villages, from different schools. They are not only my students, but they became so friendly at the end of the camp, and they really enjoyed staying, and they're very good at like local hotel in a, like nature around it. So they became very friendly, and they are still friends now. We discussed the book Wonder. We talked about the tolerance, and we talked about the empathy, and how like the people from other backgrounds, or people from disabled people, how the people, other people are tolerating these kind of situations. And we had an American speaker coming up here, and she was she is married to a Georgian person, and how she she was talking about how she had to overcome these difficulties before she became a real Georgian person here in our country. So she was talking about that, and then we played again the bingo game from vocabulary from the book Wonder, and they had to create some presentations, and we watched the extracts from the movie and discussed the movie, and then at the end of the day they had to create this kind of like, you remember Augie, I guess, right, from Wonder. He's wearing this I forgot the name, helmet, yeah. So we on the helmet, and we were like, we are all wonders, and they had to write some very kind words about the people they met in the camp. So it was also an unforgettable day for the kids, and you can do it really easily if you have motivation, if you have eagerness to do so and to make your students feel happy. So as for online learning, when I guess I had like last year I had the first graders, and it was really hard for me to work online because I had to train the parents first how to use Zoom, how to use Nearport, for example, and how to use other applications. But then later on, it got more stabilized, and my students kind of overcome these difficulties. I would show them many videos about like letters and combinations of the letters, so they could find this or that letter. We did lots of activities, and they used the Pinterest, which is a really good site that you can use for the young students, for example, matching the capital and the small letters, and they would create so many things with the boxes. I have lots of stuff, but due to time requirement, I couldn't show everything here. But I would like to show you some, share with you a couple of very interesting activities that my students enjoy very well. And this is like, for example, chatterpix.kids application on the mobile phone you can use. You can take a picture of any object, or you can take a picture of yourself, and you can just draw a line that makes your mouth speak, and you can record yourself with everything you want. So my students really like it, especially the first and the second graders, when they can talk about themselves. So my name is Andrea and I'm 7 years old and I live there. It's very fun for them. And one of them took a picture of its own dog and hello, I'm Jack and I'm Andrea's dog. And they would say, pronounce the how the dog would say bow wow and all this sounds. And the kids would send me these recordings and we would discuss them, and they had so much fun. And they are free to speak. They are not afraid of making mistakes, and so they are happy. Another activity is, I don't know if you guys know this Voki. This is speaking characters for education. You can create an avatar, your own avatar. There are so many options that you can create different, either it is an animal or the person. You can dress her or him up, whatever the way you want, and then type the letter or type or speech they want to share, whatever. With this activity, they learn the typing skills very well. Also the writing skills, they can develop their speaking skills, and how the speaking, I will tell you now, and also the listening skills. Speaking and pronunciation skills is very good for them as well. So how speaking? If you can tap on here and push these buttons over here, you can listen to different accents the avatar is talking. So, for example, English with American accent, with British accent, and also you can ask them to record their voices. Here, there's a microphone, and you can record your voice and listen to yourself. And if you don't like it, you can just erase it and record again. Again, my students really like it, and you can use it as an informal part of your lesson. Everyone knows Kahoot, I guess, and with the Kahoot, we do activities when we are teachers, and as Maya said in her speech, that we are not only teaching the language, right? We teach history, we teach culture, and once you have for example, either Halloween or Thanksgiving or whatever time. Okay, so you can use it. You can find lots of different activities and different quizzes there. Okay, another one is Story Jumper. That it's really good, and you can find it on the internet. And Nearport, which is my favorite, it is very interactive. So like Elena told me that I don't have much time. Okay, and the last slide that I would like to share, this is that our job as a teacher is not to prepare students for something, right? Our job is to help students prepare themselves for anything. So again, I would like you to to encourage you to be with your students every time, as time can allow you do all the activities. So you can see here, we went to different places. My students created lots of things during their lessons, and the most kind of important and the most pleasing and when it makes you very happy is this picture over there, when they show you by the end of the lesson or by the end of the school year, that they appreciate what you do for them. They thank you for being such a teacher, and this really makes me happy, and I'm pretty sure that this kind of screen on the laptop will make you happy as well. So I guess thank you for listening to me, and thank you for everything. And
I wanted to say so many things, but if you have any questions, you are just free. Okay, if you have any questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Mana.
Thank you, Manana, and nice to see you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manana. It was excellent.
Yeah.
We all know that you do these excellent activities.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing them. And I have a question for the first activity, my coat of arms. I also do it with my students. Which grade mostly you do it them?
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you, Maya. I did it with the second graders. I did it with the 8th graders, with 9th graders. I did it in every class. So I wanted to then compare how much the kids could share and how much like how creative they were in different ages. So it works well in all these
middle grades.
You can
okay, thank you.
The 12th graders, 11th graders as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mana, that you have arrived here.
Thank you.
That I'm really happy. I'm really
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, thanks everybody.
Thank you so much.
I think we have to take a break now, okay, for 20 minutes because we have here guests and we have lunch time. I'm sorry, and we'll come back in 20 minutes. Okay, we have 5 presentations, very interesting presentations, and please join us again. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss.
Madloba, Elena.
Rabbit. Okay, and she is the coordinator of the Emirati Bureau of NATO and European Union Information Center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And she will just talk about her project in English, in Georgian, okay? So please, Ms. Marika.
მოგესალმებით. პირველში ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო ელენეს ამ კონფერენციის ორგანიზებისთვის, ჩემი მოწვევისთვის, ჩართულობისთვის. მადლობა თქვენ, რომ ვიყავით ესეთი აქტიურები, ხართ ჩართულები. მოკლედ, როგორც უკვე ელენემ გითხრათ, მე გახვალთ საინფორმაციო ცენტრი ნატოსა და ევროკავშირის შესახებ იმერეთის ბიუროს კოორდინატორი, წარმომადგენელი, ჩვენ თითქმის ყველა რეგიონში გვყავს წარმომადგენელი და ვეკუთვნით საგარეო საქმეთა სამინისტროს. სახელიდან გამომდინარე, ბუნებრივია ჩვენ მუშაობთ იმ თემებზე, რაც უკავშირდება ნატოს, ევროკავშირს და ზოგადად ამ ქვეყნის დასავლურ კურსს და განვითარებას. მე მინდა ძალიან მოკლედ გითხრათ, თუ რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია ჩვენი ცენტრისთვის თუნდაც დღევანდელი კონფერენცია, თუნდაც თქვენთან თანამშრომლობა შემდგომ ეტაპზე და მე გამიხარდება თუ კი ვთქვათ, ასე ვთქვათ, ჩვენ შემდგომ გვექნება გარკვეული კვეთები, გარკვეული შეხების წერტილები, არა მარტო ჩემთან, როგორც იმერეთის რეგიონის კოორდინატორთან, არამედ შეგიძლიათ თუ ვთქვათ, სხვა რეგიონებს წარმოადგენთ, იქვე დაგაკავშიროთ იმ რეგიონის ხელმძღვანელთან. ვიცი, რომ არის მაია ტრემალაძე საჩხერიდან ძალიან მიხარია, იმიტომ რომ ვფიქრობ, რომ გარკვეულ აქტიობას თქვენთან ერთად დავგეგმავთ, იმიტომ რომ კოვიდამდე ჩვენ ძალიან აქტიურად ვიყავით საჩხერეში წარმოდგენილი. იყო აქ საუბარი Erasmus+-ის პროგრამაზე. ჩვენი პროგრამა არის, ასე რომ ვთქვათ, ეს ევროკავშირის ერთ-ერთი პროგრამა არის ეს და აქედან გამომდინარე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ჩვენთვის რამდენად ბევრი მასწავლებელი იქნება ჩართული ამაში. ასევე ჩვენ გვაქვს ცალკე პროგრამა მასწავლებელი მეგზური ევროპისკენ, რომელიც არის უშუალოდ ჩვენი პროგრამა საინფორმაციო ცენტრის ნატოსა და ევროკავშირის შესახებ და ჩვენ საჩხერიდან მყავდა გამარჯვებული ნონა ყავალაშვილი, რომელიც არის სუდის საჯარო სკოლის დირექტორი და აი ამ პროგრამის ფარგლებში ის იყო გასვლითი პროგრამით ტალინში და სწორედ ეს არის ჩვენი ასე ვთქვათ მიზანი, რომ პედაგოგებს, მასწავლებლებს მივცეთ იმის შესაძლებლობა, რომ გაეცნონ ევროპულ განათლებას და უფრო ღრმად ჩაიხედონ თუ რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია და ბუნებრივია თუ კი გვინდა რომ ჩვენ ნამდვილად გადავეწყოთ იმ სისტემაზე, რასაც ქვია ევროპული განათლება და ცოდნა ნამდვილად სწავლა პასუხობდეს ცოდნას და შესაბამისად მოდიოდეს ასე ვთქვათ პრაქტიკაში ეს ყველაფერი. ამიტომ ჩვენ ვფიქრობთ, რომ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი არის თითოეული პედაგოგი გამოცემდეს ის აზრს, როგორაც ეს უნდა იქნეს მისული მოსწავლეებამდე და ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია იმისთვის, რომ ეს საერთაშორისო პროგრამებში ჩაერთოს ადამიანები, მასწავლებლები, მოსწავლეები ენის ცოდნა, რა თქმა უნდა. ნუ ზოგადად ახლა რატო არის მნიშვნელოვანი და რატო ინგლისური, ნუ ვიცით რომ ამაზე თავად ნატოშიც კი იყო ასე ვთქვათ გარკვეული პრობლემები იმასთან დაკავშირებით, როდესაც ინგლისური იქნა ოფიციალური ენად აღიარებული და არა ფრანგული და ჰქონდათ გარკვეული ასე ვთქვათ დისკომფორტი ამასთან მიმართებაში, თუმცა ნუ საერთო ჯამში ვამბობთ იმას, რომ ინგლისური არის ის ენა, რომელზეც ჩვენ ყველამ ერთად უნდა ვისაუბროთ იმისთვის, რომ უფრო სწორი კომუნიკაცია შედგეს, იმისთვის, რომ უფრო მეტი პროექტები შემოვიდეს. ვიცით ასევე ამერიკის საელჩო მუშაობს ჩვენთან და ნუ მოკლედ მე მინდა რომ ახლა ვისაუბროთ თქვენ იმაზე, თუ რატომ ვამბობთ ჩვენ, რომ ჩვენთვის მნიშვნელოვანია ევროპული განათლება. დავიწყოთ იმით, რომ როდესაც ჩვენ ასოცირების ხელშეკრულებას ხელი მოვაწერეთ და ავიტყვეთ, რომ ასოცირებაზე დარწმუნებული ვართ, თქვენ ინფორმაცია გექნებათ. აქედან გამომდინარე პირველი რეფორმები, რომელიც დავიწყეთ, ეს იყო განათლების სფეროში მიმდინარე რეფორმები და ამ განათლების სფეროში მიმდინარე რეფორმებმა ჩვენ მოგვცა ძალიან ბევრი შესაძლებლობა იმისა, რომ ბევრი ახალი ტერმინი ყოფილიყო დამკვიდრებული და ასე ვთქვათ, პედაგოგებიც ჩართულიყვნენ უფრო სხვა მოცემულობით თავიანთი განათლების მიღების პროცესში და კიდევ უფრო მეტად ასე ვთქვათ, პედაგოგიური გამოცდილების მიღების პროცესში და რასზე ვამახვილებ ახლა ყურადღებას. სწორედ მაგ პერიოდში, ეს 2014 წელი იყო, როდესაც ასოცირებას ხელი მოვაწერეთ, სწორედ მაგ პერიოდში მე მომიწია მუშაობა პროფორიენტაციის და კარიერის დაგეგმვის სპეციალისტად, იმერეთის კოორდინატორი ვიყავი მაშინაც და სწორედ ამან მოგცა ჩვენ. და როდესაც მე პედაგოგებს ვხვდებოდი, ამ პერიოდში იყო ესეთი დამოკიდებულება, რომ აი რა ტრენინგები არ აინტერესებდა, ძალიან ნაკლები ჩართულობა ჰქონდათ, არც კონფერენციები უნდათ, არ თვლიდნენ, რომ ეს იყო მისთვის საჭირო და უკაცრავად ყველასთან, მაგრამ დედაჩემიც პედაგოგია და ამიტომ უფრო თამამად საუბრობ. ამ ამაზე მგონია, რომ იმღებლობა არის ამ საკითხებთან დაკავშირებით, თუ არ დამეთანხმებით შეგიძლიათ ჩატში მოიწეროთ, შეგიძლიათ აქ ჩაერთოთ და მითხრათ. და ნუ გქონდათ ესეთი დამოკიდებულება, რომ ნუ რადგანაც ეს უმაღლესის დიპლომები გვედო აღებული იყო, ასე ვთქვათ, სტუდენტებსაც ვამზადებდით, აბიტურიენტებიც ჰყავდათ, მოსწავლეებიც ჰყავდათ, ნუ თვლიდნენ, რომ არ იყო საჭირო სხვა სახის განათლება, მაგრამ როდესაც უკვე ჩვენ ასოცირებაში დაფინანსირებას ხელი მოვაწერეთ და შევიდა საკანონმდებლო ცვლილებები და გაჩნდა იქ ტერმინი, რომ აუცილებელი იყო უწყვეტი განათლების პროცესში ჩართულიყო ნებისმიერი მოქალაქე, რომელიც ეუფლებოდა გარკვეულ პროფესიას და ეს უწყვეტი განათლების პროცესი სწორედ ნიშნავდა იმას, რომ ჩვენ მაქსიმალურად ყოფილიყავით ჩართულები ტრენინგებში, სემინარებში, მსგავს კონფერენციებში, არა მარტო მუნიციპალიტეტის დონეზე, არა მარტო ჩვენი ქვეყნის დონეზე, არამედ რეგიონის და ზოგადად საზღვრები უფრო ფართო ჰქონდა და ამან ასე ვთქვათ მოგვცა იმის შესაძლებლობა, რომ პედაგოგებმა უკვე გაითავისეს, რომ მათი ჩართულობა ტრენინგებში, მონაწილეობა, ის რომ ისინი დამატებით ქულებს იღებდნენ, დამატებით ამან იმოქმედა ასე ვთქვათ სახელმწიფოს ანაზღაურებაზე და ასე შემდეგ, გარკვეულწილად სტიმული გაჩნდა. ეხლა თქვენ ყველანი ხართ მოქმედი უმაღლესი სასწავლებლის ლექტორი ბრძანდებით, უბრალოდ ჩვენ რო დავიხოთ თუნდაც 10-15 წლის უკან და რომ შევადაროთ რა მოცემულობით სწავლობდნენ და ასწავლიდნენ პედაგოგები მაშინ და ეხლა რა მოცემულობით როგორ განვითარდით, ასე რომ ვთქვათ, სასახად შეგვიძლია დავინახოთ, რომ ძალიან დიდი სხვაობა არის, ხო? აი მე ვიცი დღეს პედაგოგები, რომლებიც პრეზენტაციებს აკეთებენ გაკვეთილებზე და არა გაკვეთილს გაკვეთილისთვის არ ატარებენ. ეს წინ გადადგმული ნაბიჯია, რომელიც 10 წლის უკან ჩვენ რეალურად აღქონდა, ხო? მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ Zoom-ში ვართ, მაინც რაღაცნაირად იგრძნობა უფრო მეტი ჩართულობა და უფრო მეტი мотивация, ხო? ანუ ეს ყველაფერი, ამ ყველაფერმა ჩვენ მოგვცა იმის შესაძლებლობა, რომ კიდევ უფრო სხვა რელსებზე გადავსულიყავით, თუნდაც იმისთვის, რომ ჩვენ დაგვენახებინა იგივე ჩვენი თავისთვის, იგივე ჩვენი სკოლის პედაგოგებისთვის, ჩვენი მეგობრებისთვის, მასწავლებლებისთვის, თუ რაოდენ მნიშვნელოვანია განათლების სწორ საფეხურზე და ახალ რელსებზე გადასვლა. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი იყო ასევე ის, რომ როდესაც პროფესიული მიმართულებით ახალი გამოწვევების წინაშე ასე ვთქვათ, ერთი წამი დავამატო, ხო, ვიღაცა შემოდის. ხო. და როდესაც პროფესიული მიმართულებით ახალი გამოწვევები წამოვიდა, ხო და ჩვენ ვამბობთ უკვე სახელმწიფო ამბობს, რომ მხოლოდ უმაღლესი სასწავლებელი ჩვენთვის არ არის, ხო? მისაღები. მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ჩვენ გქონდეს ასევე პროფესიული სასწავლებლები და ამ პროფესიული სასწავლებლებს და კოლეჯებს იგივე ძალა უნდა გქონდეს, ხო? თავარი არის ცოდნა, განათლება, პრაქტიკულად რას მივიღებ და არა მხოლოდ დიპლომი, ხო? მე მგონი დამეთანხმებით ამაში. თავარი არის ის, რომ ყველა პროფესია ვითარდება ყოველდღიურად. ჩვენ ვიღებთ ახალ გამოწვევებს. ჩვენ აუცილებლად უნდა ვუპასუხოთ ამ ახალ გამოწვევებს. თუ ჩვენ ამას ვერ ვუპასუხებთ, ჩვენ ვერ ვიქნებით მოდური პედაგოგები, ხო? ჩვენ ვერ ვიქნებით მოდურები ჩვენს პროფესიაში. არა აქვს ამას რა პროფესიაც არ უნდა გქონდეს. ბუნებრივია ეს ყველაფერი, ამ ყველაფერს ავსახავთ იმაზე, რასაც ქვია ჩვენი სოციალური და ეკონომიური მდგომარეობა. მოკლედ, ზოგადად საქართველოს სწორედ და ჩვენი მიმართულება სწორედ ეგ არის, რომ ხელი შევუწყოთ ევროპულ განათლებას. ეხლა რაზედაც მინდა რომ ყურადღება გავამახვილო, ეს არის ჩვენი პროექტი. პირველ რიგში ერასმუსი ძალიან გამიხარდა, ერთ-ერთი მონაწილე რამდენადაც ვიცი, ამ ერასმუსის პროგრამით იყო ასე ვთქვათ, წასული რომელიღაც ქვეყანაში, ხორვატიაში ვთქვათ, რომელია? დიახ. და მე მაგალითად, რა ვიცი, თუ კი თქვენ ჩვენი ცენტრის მხარდაჭერა დაგჭირდებათ ამ პროგრამასთან დაკავშირებით, რაცაც ვთქვათ, გაცვლითი პროგრამები გვქონდა, ჩვენ შეგვიძლია რომ გარკვეულწილად დახმარება გაგიწიოთ, თუნდაც კონსულტაცია, რა ფორმითაც იქნება, გადაგამისამართებთ მოკლედ თავად ერასმუსის ხელმძღვანელობასთან, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენ ძალიან აქტიურად თანამშრომლობთ მათთან. გვაქვს ძალიან ბევრი, თითქმის ყოველთვიურად გვაქვს ონლაინ შეხვედრები, რომლებიც თავიანთ სიახლეებზე, ისინი თავიანთ სიახლეებზე ესაუბრებიან, ჩვენაც ჩვენს მოცემულობაზე ვესაუბრებთ. პლუს ამას რაც მინდა რომ გითხრათ, ჩვენი ცენტრი, ნატოს საინფორმაციო ცენტრი არაერთ აქტივობას აცხადებს პედაგოგებისთვის. ეს არ არის მხოლოდ ასე რომ ვთქვათ, მხოლოდ აი ნატოს და ევროკავშირს რო უკავშირდებოდეს და ვთქვათ საინფორმაციო რაღაცა ტრენინგის სახით. მე ხო თქვენთან არ დავიწყებ ამაზე საუბარს, თუ რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია ნატო და ევროკავშირი ჩვენი ქვეყნისთვის და ზოგადად მე მგონია რომ თქვენ ეს ყველაფერი გექნება ძალიან კარგად გათვითცნობიერებული და მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ამას ალტერნატივა არ აქვს ჩვენი ქვეყნის ხვალინდელი დღისთვის. ერთი რაც მინდა რომ გითხრათ, ჩვენ ყოველწლიურად ვაცხადებთ მასწავლებელი მეგზური ევროპისკენ, აი ამ პროგრამას. ძალიან გამიხარდება თუ კი იქნებით ჩართულები და აი ამ სახელებს და ბარებს იქ ვიხილავ. ეს პროექტი ითვალისწინებს ესეთ აქტივობებს. პირველად 100 პედაგოგი, ვინც დარეგისტრირდება, ირჩევა მოკლედ 100 პედაგოგი და მაქსიმალურად ვცდილობ, რომ იყოს ეს რეგიონის დონეზე და მუნიციპალიტეტების დონეზე. ამათ ჩვენ ჩავიტარებთ 3-4 დღიან ტრენინგს. თუ თქვათ არის ეხლა ონლაინ რეჟიმი რადგანაც იყო 5 დღე გამოგვივიდა და ეს ტრენინგი სხვა შემთხვევაში არის პირისპირ და მიგვყავს ეს ადამიანები შერჩეული 100 ადამიანი და ვატრენინგებთ ასე რომ ვთქვათ მთელი 3 დღის მანძილზე შემდეგ ისინი ახორციელებენ პროექტებს თავიანთ სკოლებში და 10 გამარჯვებული პროექტის ავტორი მიგვყავს ევროკავშირის რომელიმე წევრ ქვეყანაში და ვაცნობთ იქაურ სკოლის პროგრამას, უმაღლეს განათლების რა ეტაპი გაიარეს, დღეს რა ეტაპზე არიან. ეს არის 10 დღიანი სასწავლო კურსი. არ გაიგოთ რომ რაღაცა იქ მიდიოდეთ იმის გამო რომ ვთქვათ ექსკურსია და რაღაცა მსგავსი. არა, ეს არის თავიდან ბოლომდე სასწავლო პროგრამა, სადაც უშუალოდ ასე ვთქვათ ხდებით აი ამ სფეროს წარმომადგენლებს და ეს არის ძალიან კარგი იმისთვის რომ შემდგომ მაგალითად თავიანთ სკოლებში გადმოიტანენ. ახლა არციხის სკოლიდან ყავდა ბაღბათის მუნიციპალიტეტიდან ჩვენ ერთ-ერთი გამარჯვებული მიქუთაისიდანაც ყავს რამოდენიმე და ძალიან კარგი მაგალითი იყო ის რომ თავად ამ სკოლამ ძალიან ბევრი აქტივობა მსგავსი რომელიც თქვათ იქ ნახა ტალინის შემთხვევა იყო ესეც საჩხერე და ისე ერთად საჩხერე კი ჭიათურა იყო ზოდი მე მგონი ჭიათურა არის ზოდის მუნიციპალიტეტი ისა ზოდის სოფელი ზოდი და ასე ვთქვათ თავიანთ სკოლებში გადმოიტანეს ერთი კიდე დამატებით რაც მინდა რომ გითხრათ ასევე გვაქვს ძალიან ხშირად ესეების კონკურსი გამოცხადებული როგორც პედაგოგებისთვის, ასევე გვაქვს მოსწავლეებისთვის. თქვენ შეგიძლიათ ასევე თქვენი მოსწავლის, ასე ვთქვათ, მენტორი იყოთ და მასთან ერთად მიიღოთ მონაწილეობა და ერთი სიახლე, რომელსაც ჩვენ ძალიან მალე დავდებთ სექტემბრის ბოლოს ჩვენს გვერდზე, ეს იქნება საგრანტო პროგრამები, რომლის გაცემასაც დავიწყებთ ახლა. ამისი ფინანსური მხარდამჭერი არის ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატები და ასე ვთქვათ, მათი ფინანსური მხარდაჭერით განვახორციელებთ ამ საგრანტო პროექტებს და გამიხარდება თუ კი სასწავლო პროექტების შემოვა და თქვენ შეგიძლიათ ნახოთ Facebook-ზე მე ელენას ვეთქვი და გამოვაგზავნიებ თუ კი თქვენი მეილები აქვთ ჩვენი Facebook და web-გვერდის მისამართებს სადაც დაიდება ამაზე ინფორმაცია და მოკლედ ძალიან გამიხარდება თუ კი თქვენგან რაიმე სახის აქტივობა შეგვიძლია გარდა ამისა ერთი რაც მინდა რომ გითხრათ ინდივიდუალურად ჩემ საკონტაქტოსაც მოკლედ მე დავტოვებ და შეგიძლიათ დაგვეკონტაქტოთ და ადგილზევე შეგიძლიათ სკოლებში რაიმე აქტივობა დავგეგმოთ ჩვენი დახმარებით თქვენი ადამიანური რესურსი რომ
ეს მხოლოდ უშუალოდ სკოლებს ეხება?
თუ სხვა მოცემულობა იქნება მე უბრალოდ მგონია რომ უნივერსიტეტი ბატონო მე პირადად
უმაღლესი სასწავლებლები მაგალითად?
ბატონო
უნივერსიტეტები უმაღლესები ეხება
მაგალითად? მე მაგალითად ახლა ჩვენი წარმომადგენლობა ზის წერეთლის სახელმწიფო უნივერსიტეტში ქუთაისში და ჩვენ ყველა ეხლა მაგალითად ეს ფიურო არის ახალი უნივერსიტეტი მაგათთან გვაქვს მაგალითად ეხლა ასე ვთქვათ ჩასმული გვაქვს სექტემბრის ბოლოს უკვე ვიწყებთ სამდღიანი პროგრამა გვაქვს ამ სამდღიანი პროგრამით ჩვენ გავდივართ სხვადასხვა თემებს ეხლა აღარ გავაგრძელებ უბრალოდ აქ დეზინფორმაციაზე ვსაუბრობთ ნატოზეც უსო მიმოსვლაზეც ერასმუს პლუსის პროგრამებზე რაღაცა 6-7 თემა გვაქვს შერჩეული ამ 3 დღის მანძილზე გადავამზადებთ აი ამ სტუდენტებს მე მათთვის ვაცხადებთ კონკრეტულ თემაზე ანუ თავად რომელიც დააინტერესებთ კონკურსებს და გვაქვს რაღაცა საჩუქრები ხა ეს საჩუქრები არ მინდა რომ გაიგოთ რომ იყოს რაღაცა 2000-3000 და რაღაცა ესეთი ღირებულების ეს უბრალოდ ეს არის რაღაცა წიგნები და რაღაცა ნაკრებები რაც ვფიქრობთ რომ ამასაკის ადამიანებს გამოადგებათ და ეს არ არის რაღაცა ისეთი მოცემულობა რა უბრალოდ რომ გითხრათ რომ ჩვენაც ბიუჯეტით განებიურებული ვართ ამ კოვიდის პირობებში ნამდვილად არა ვართ ბიუჯეტით განებიურებული მაგრამ მსგავს აქტივობებს ჩვენ ვახორციელებთ და ეხლაც მაგალითად კარგი იქნებოდა რომ თქვენაც აქ ყოფილიყავით მე შევეცადე მცირედი საჩუქრები წამომეღო მე ელენეს თუ კი თქვენ თქვათ გეკნებათ ამის სურვილი აი წიგნი გვაქვს ძალიან კარგი მინდა დავჩეროთ ეს არის სამკვლევი ნატოსა და ევროკავშირის შესახებ ჩვენი ცენტრის მომზადებულია არ ვიცი რამდენად მიგიჭრებათ ამ წიგნზე ხელი და რამდენად არა ელექტრონული ვერსია ჩვენი გვერდის საიტზე დევს და შეგიძლიათ აიღოთ ასევე ცალკე გვაქვს მაგალითად ნატოზე მითები ევროკავშირზე მითები ჩვენ ამაზე ძალიან აქტიურად მუშაობთ რომ ამ მითების გაქარწყლებაზე და ამ მიმართულებით თუ თქვათ რაიმე აქტივობებს თქვენაც თქვენი ინიციატივით დაგეგმოთ, შემეხმიანეთ. ჩემი ტელეფონის ნომერია 573-99-23-17. თუ ჩემი რეგიონი არ იქნებოდა სხვა რეგიონი იქნებით შესაბამის რეგიონთან გადაგამისამართებთ კოორდინატორთან და დარწმუნებული იყავით, რომ მაქსიმუმს გააკეთებენ იმისთვის, რომ რაიმე აქტივობა თქვენთან ერთად იყოს დაგეგმილი. გინდათ ინგლისურენოვანი იყოს, გინდათ ქართულენოვანი, ამას არ აქვს ჩვენთვის ასეთი მნიშვნელობა, ასე რომ ვთქვათ, ჩვენთვის მთავარი არის, რაც შეიძლება მეტად ჩავერთოთ, მეტად შევიწყოთ ხელი ადამიანების ცნობიერების ამაღლებას სწორედ ამ მიმართულებით და მით უმეტეს, როდესაც ვთქვათ, ინგლისური ენის სწავლებაზე მიდგება საუბარი და როდესაც ამ ენის სწავლებაზეა საუბარი, ჩვენთვის ეს განსაკუთრებით მნიშვნელოვანია, იმიტომ რომ ამ თემატიკაზე ქართულ ენაზე ძალიან მცირე, ასე ვთქვათ, მოცემულობა ლიტერატურა გვაქვს, ძირითადად ეს ითარგმნება ინგლისურიდან და ამიტომ, როდესაც ასე ვთქვათ, დედანში შეეძლებათ, რომ მსგავსი მოცემულობები წაიკითხოთ და მსგავსი ინფორმაციები წაიკითხოთ სტუდენტებმა, პედაგოგებმა, ლექტორებმა, ახალგაზრდებმა, ჩვენთვის ამას ძალიან დიდი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, იმიტომ რომ მხოლოდ ამითი თუ შევძლოთ იმ მითების გაქარწყებას, რაც ასე ვთქვათ, ნატოსა და ევროკავშირსაც ეს ძალიან აქტიურად ვრცელდება. მე მინდა რომ თითოეული თქვენგანი ჩემი მხარდამჭერად, ასე ვთქვათ, მოგიაზროთ, იქედან გამომდინარე, რომ გონია, რომ თქვენთვისაც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი იქნება ჩვენი დასავლური კურსის განვითარება და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ თქვენს სტუდენტებთან, თქვენს მოსწავლეებთან ამ კურსს ნამდვილად ხაზგასმით ისაუბრებთ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, მგონი ცოტა გამიგრძელდა, დროც წაგართვით, წარმატებები მინდა გისურვოთ და იმ იმედით დაგსიდებით, რომ აუცილებლად ნახავთ ჩემს ტელეფონზე თქვენს ზარებს. წარმატებებს გისურვოთ, მადლობა ელენეს ამ შესაძლებლობისთვის, მადლობა მოკლედ ორგანიზატორებს, მადლობა ხონის მუნიციპალიტეტის მერიას და ამ სივრცის, ასე ვთქვათ, წარმომადგენლებს, სადაც ხელმძღვანელი ხელმძღვანელებს, სადაც ეს კონფერენცია.
მეგობრებო, თუ რამე შეკითხავთ, შეიძლება.
კი ბატონო, თუ რამე გინდათ, მკითხეთ. თუ არა და ტელეფონის ნომერს კიდევ ერთხელ გავიმეორე 577-23-17 დამირეკეთ და მოკლედ შეგვიძლია 577-23-17 ჩატშიც მიწერეთ ვიდეო და მითხარი 38-23-17 მე დაგემშვიდობებით თქვენის ნებართვით და აბა წარმატებებს გისურვებ. დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ძალიან საინტერესო პრეზენტატორები იქნება და ძალიან საინტერესო პრეზენტაციებიც გექნება. ნახვამდის.
ხომერად ამე შეკითხვა. Τώρα μაშι გავაგზავნოთ, okay? So let's continue. Our next presenter is Tiko Dadianide. Tiko is my colleague from Tbilisi State University. We've been working for many years, and she is also my, how to say, business partner. Like we're organizing all the stuff together. So she is a really great teacher, and I would like her just to sit here and present mine.
Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be here today. I am Tina Tindadianide, lecturer at Tbilisi State University and member of ETS. I'm a proud member of ETS. I'm pleased to be here with you on this very important day because we are hosting first national conference. National will be next, I hope. First regional conference in Khoni municipality, and it gives me huge excitement. So I want to thank every single person who supported this conference, and most importantly, I want to thank Mrs. Elena Tatua for making this dream come true. But all this started in 2019 as she approach to me. We talked about a lot of things, challenges, and after some time we decided to make a presentation about what actually concerned us and present it to our dearest professors, Professor Mana Rusiashvili and Professor Sudan Tremalete, who actually supported our ideas, and they gave us encouragement to do something more about our concerns and supported us to create such kind of organization. So today we are proud representatives of ETS and the organization that involves a lot of voluntary activities, which is very important, provides trainings and events for English teachers in the regions of Georgia, which is also very important, and gives them chance to develop. Right? ETS is a special organization, not only for me, but all the teachers who are involved in it. It is worth to mention that it is exceptional because it focuses on life processes, on trainings, as well as theoretical knowledge, and it gives opportunity to participants to be active teachers, to be involved in it. So this is why ETS is a very special place for me. And every teacher can become a member of the family. That's also very important because we are open for new members and people who have the same values in teaching. Okay, so here I am, and today I want to share information about emotional connection between student and teacher during online teaching, because this is something I was really concerned about and some for my mind as we started online teaching. And I think this year, right? Give me a minute. I want to be sure that it is on screen. I think it is, right? You can see it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, research indicates that people learn better in the presence of some emotional connection to the content or to other people. Creating the emotional connection is particularly challenging in the online classrooms, right? Where most communication is asynchronous and lacks many of the emotional cues of face-to-face environment. Nevertheless, it is possible to do with a learner-centered approach and approach to teaching and mastery of the technologies that supports it. While doing online teaching, we educators must consider our social emotional needs of our students. It is very important because the most basic human needs is the feeling of love and belonging. So, and this must be met before the student can get back to the real business, I mean, face-to-face communication. So one of the things we know about learning is that learning with emotions, emotion is far deeper experience than learning without emotions, right? So citing recent research, Van Sant noted that a little bit of stress and the corresponding release of cortisol makes natural connections grow thicker and stronger, also faster. However, too much cortisol degrades memory performance. So we have to somehow work on the emotional side of our students to boost the interest and to help them overcome the stress they gain through the pandemic. Though we also as teachers have this kind of stress, right? But still, how can we help them, right? So there are different benefits of emotional connection I want to highlight. First is building positive relationship with students can lead to improved academic results, and that was obvious actually during face-to-face communication. I hope you agree. Feeling safe and comfortable can motivate both students and teachers to continue logging into class. Positive student-teacher relationship have huge academic benefits even for over most vulnerable students, and it can boost good behavior in teens for up to 4 years. That's the result of the research, not just my idea. Okay, so I have some. I highlighted some challenges I faced during online teaching. And I want to share it with you. Maybe you have other more solutions. Though today I heard so many interesting ideas. It doesn't really matter actually for me. You can disagree. It doesn't really matter for me if the if the presentation is about first graders or second, sometimes I feel comfortable to do some fun activities that are maybe for little kids with the students. I somehow managed to adopt it in my classes too. Believe me, it makes a great sense, and they're having fun at the same time, educate themselves. So it is hard to as for challenges, it is hard to have casual one-on-one conversation or small group discussions on video calls. Well, that's obvious, right? Because during Zoom lectures, we are all logged in and everyone can hear what we have to say. In this case, I thought that we could, the solution is that we have to pay attention to private chat. There were a lot of messages coming to my private chat when students wanted to approach me, sometimes because they were shy to talk, you know, the problem of speaking. And it is very important to answer them properly, answer them on time, and have this communication with them, because it's kind of one of the only way to have chat with them and make some kind of emotional connection, right? So another challenge I faced is that teacher and student presence is severely diminished on the computer screen. So this is kind of also, it was also challenging for me. Sometimes I couldn't see all the students presented in the class, so I have to move around quite a lot. And when I'm sharing the screen, it's also very difficult. So I try to use gallery view and mostly involve them in the activities that can involve everyone, like essay writing. I mean, collaborative essay writing in this. For example, I use Google Doc. I ask them to write an essay, but every single person is writing something individually, and at the end we are reading the whole story. It sounds quite fun. As for Google Doc, I want to share another thing I tried. I asked them to write their emotions during COVID-19, because somehow they felt really sad, because can you imagine, first year, the students who entered the university on their first semester, they appeared in front of the computer, not in the classroom, not at the university. So it was quite difficult for them to adopt this kind of situation. So I asked them to write about their feelings, how they felt, what was the challenge for them, and it appeared that they were actually very motivated to write about their concerns and their fears about COVID-19. So it somehow, I think I helped them to release the pain and release the stress they had inside them. So and another thing, the collaboration is difficult to achieve when students are not physically presented together, but still we can do it in breakout rooms. And mostly I ask them to do some problem-solving, problem-based tasks, so they can be all involved and share their ideas with each other. Okay, another thing. It is quite difficult to break the ice. For me, it was because of online teaching. So I came to the idea that it is better to share your own stories and your own world, to encourage them to speak about their emotions and somehow to connect, because during pandemic we kind of have similar problems. So if you tell your story, they are engaged to tell their stories too. So tell stories about the family, bring your dogs in front of the camera for a guest appearance. Even better, share the students your fears of hate, your struggles with kids, your struggles with COVID-19, and you can play games like bring your pet to camera and show and tell and stuff like that. That really helps actually. And ask your students for feedback. Well, we ask students, we used to ask students for a feedback during face-to-face communication, but I think in this kind of situation we have to ask for feedback even even more, because it is important that student feels like they have a say in their learning experience, and your solicitation of feedback helps you adjust class to help them learn while communicating that you value their input, right? So, and another thing I really want to mention, it's not for students, but for teachers. Close relationship also benefits teachers, right? Because it brings positive attitude, and when students and teachers feel a connection, it isn't only the students who benefits. So research suggests that teachers feel a greater sense of personal accomplishment when they report having close, and when their relationship involves less conflict, teachers experience less emotional exhaustion, right? Emotional connection has so much benefits that it also leads us to good feedback. I mean, positive feedbacks. I'm really striving for positive feedbacks. I'm looking forward to it, and I try to do my best to get these positive feedbacks for them. Though it's not that easy. You have to really try hard, right? So, and sharing is also very important. I just wanted to remind teachers that it is really important. This is the ideal PTS, to share the information with each other. And ETS is always ready to listen and share and provide some help for you if you need. And the last thing I really wanted to mention, you can break some rules during lectures, but okay, I'm not talking about breaking real rules, but rules of, for example, you don't always have to follow the curricular during online teaching, because somehow at the beginning of the semester, I felt that it wasn't that important to go step by step towards the curricular, but it was more important to break the ice and work on the emotional connection and achieve by doing so. I think I thought I would achieve long-term goals, and in my case it actually worked. So don't be afraid of doing something else apart from the course book. It is even better for them to see diverse lectures and how diverse you are as a lecturer. So this was a short review of what I have faced during pandemic. There were a lot of other things, but I really wanted to share this information with you. If you have any questions about this, I'm ready to answer.
Okay, no question, Tika, but I want just a couple words to tell you. Well, I well remember just your diffident debut a couple years ago, and I was sure that your backward offspring would grow to be the successful one it is today. Well, I'm so glad just so
Thank you
it's
very much.
what I wanted just to tell you. Okay, dear. Well, it was
I am
pleasure
so proud
to
to take compliments from you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I adore you. Thank you for your support. It is really important, very important. And
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Dick. Oh, it was very nice to hear from you. Just very interesting tips for online teaching. Now, I would like to introduce you. I'm sorry, Toma Mallet, our half Georgian friend. He lives in Kutaisi, but when I just first met him, his ideas, opinion about everything is just similarly to Georgian guys, okay? So, Toma is an English language teacher. He is also a teacher trainer, mostly in civic education. And I also like this topic a lot when we integrate civil education and English language teaching. And Toma and English Teacher Space are going to cooperate in the future. based on this kind of, topics to introduce Khoni municipality teachers, civic education. So please, Amma.
I don't know what my name is.
Presentation, right?
Yeah. I think that, no. I sent it to your email this morning.
Yeah, yeah, it was the one.
One moment, folks. So she's looking for the, it's, is this here? No. So Elena, I sent it to your email this morning. Sorry, yeah. So I did want to say that I'm actually quite impressed with everyone's presentations. And so while what I'm going to present is a little more specific to one skill set, I do want to give a few nods and draw some connections. But I think what I will probably tell you, most of you already know, based on what I've seen this morning and this afternoon. So think of it this way, that what I will present for you is something you might be able to share with other teachers or students. It will be, it's a PowerPoint, but it's not 2012 Spring School.
This one?
No, that's not it. So first, I wanted to make a nod to Elena. She suggested that thinking skills were crucial to be built up, and this is going to touch on that. Also, I wanted to say a thank you to Dr. Kabatani Lela. I was really appreciative that you didn't say, you said not old methods, you said earlier methods.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like that very much because in many people's minds today, old equals bad and new equals good. And that's a false,
and we can always fill old bottles of wine with new wine and make a good kind of combination.
So I appreciate I appreciate you doing that. And Kabotano Maya, the content-based instruction that you suggested, I really like that as well. And what I'm about to present will fit in with that. And Ms. Tamari, who said identify fake news, this will lead into that as well. So I'll tell you what, hold on a second. So give me one moment. I said, hold on, here's what I'll do. Who's using Chrome? Just guess. I don't want to do that. So, sorry for the delay here. Here's what I'll do. So one of the things that I will also is, so we're going to talk about writing. And what I'm going to talk about is probably most appropriate for older students. And especially essay writing of, good grief. One of the things that has affected writing, though, is technology. And so while that came up earlier, one thing that is really not been good for the kids is I like the picture, I think it was Tamar that put it up. It was the person sort of spread out with fake Facebook and Twitter and all that laying this person out. And I think that's actually really crucial to keep in mind that large ideas and large topics have been reduced to a Twitter, which is 150 characters. And so that's a problem. And so one of the things that students have trouble with in writing is that they do not write it out thoroughly enough, and they can get their writing is poor because they're trying to do a Twitter or a Facebook post when I'm very sorry it's taking this long. There we go. Yes, I want to download this. And then where did it go? Can I just save it anywhere here? Is this your computer?
Yeah, sure. Here. It's open from here.
Oh, there we go.
Open and then right.
Hooray, we found it.
Yay.
Very sorry. I do apologize.
There we go.
There we go. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go. And we'll do this. And then let me see myself here. All right. So finally, here we are. Yeah, we good? Okay. So writing as a civil discourse, and what Elena asked me to try to connect it with civics. That's been my focus, working most recently with PH International in Tbilisi, where we did integrated teaching of civics, technology, and English. But one of the things that I didn't get to dwell on was writing as a civil discourse. And that's where I'm going with this. And this is basically why essay writing makes good citizens. So first of all, how do the two relate? The classroom and the civic sphere. And I just wanted to draw some comparisons so that you can see why we do what we do. First of all, clarity and erudition are keys to success in a classroom. And it's exactly the same in the civic sphere. That is, whether it be in community or in government or in business or anything, clarity and erudition are keys to success. Same as the ability to argue a point. If you can do this, it's rewarded with tests and grades, right? It's the same in the civic sphere. If you're able to argue a point, this is very crucial to the success of your plans. If the mayor of Khoni was not able to make himself understood and argue a point, he probably wouldn't be very successful. And poor communication gets a bad result. And it's the same in the civic sphere. Poor communication has a bad result for the community. So they do connect. The classroom is sort of the realm of practice, and the civic sphere, when they graduate and go out into the world to seek their fortune, it becomes the realm of performance, the civic sphere. All right, here's some assumptions you should make, or anyone you share this with should make. First of all, that writing is not an event. If your clan considers writing as an event, you've already kind of failed your students. It's a process, and it's a long process, and it's a process that needs to be managed. And you have to do this at a young age. And it's not just in writing. You should do this in your English classes. That is just putting events in order. Like with first and second graders, what comes first, what comes second, what comes third. That's an important thing for them to get, because that's what you have to do when you write. You have to put them in a logical order. So also, writing and thinking are linked. Logical thought breeds logical essays. The proper order of things really needs to be kept in mind. English speakers, for example, we are very terrible listeners. And the reason for that is because our language requires subject, then verb. And so when I have the subject in the verb, I can effectively stop listening to you, right? I mean, you can put a lot of really pertinent information, but I have the subject and the verb. I really don't need much more than that. And this is also true in our reading. So that if you have a 5-paragraph essay, you have your introduction, point 1, point 2, point 3, and then conclusion. Where does the strongest point go? Does it go at 1 or does it go at 3? It should go at 3, because by the time I'm here, I've already forgotten 1. So that's the logical order of writing. You need to build to your strongest point. Your students need to know this, especially with English readers, because that last one will stick in my mind where I've already forgotten this first one, okay? Writing and reading are linked, and you also must remember writing and reading are both artificial skills. They are not natural language like speaking and listening are. The idea that a shape is a sound is weird. That's why we have things like dyslexia, is not everybody can actually really get it right away. But Judy mentioned what we call guided reading for very small kids, where you sit with them and you read page by page. You ask them to predict what's going to happen. You ask them to reflect on what has happened. You think about the storyline, and what you do in this is you are getting them to understand the logic of written word. And while they can do it reading passively, then when they go to do writing actively, it will be much easier for them. So make sure that if you're doing writing, that you're doing reading as well. The other last point with writing and reading is that you need to remember that good writers is good to help your students write. So choose your sources well. Choose someone who's a really good writer. Okay, no one knows all the words in English. There's my trainees and my students, they all know this. The English language is roughly 650,000 words, give or take. The highly educated doctorate holding native English speaker generally has ready command of up to 60,000 words. That means that the most highly educated in my own language know only 10% of the words. You're never going to know all the words, but you can't let that be an excuse or a hindrance. And so along those lines, get a thesaurus. If you're finding you're using the same word over and over, go get a thesaurus and check out something else. Oh, Mr. Zaza wants to come in. I'm going to let him in. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go with the foundations of, the domains of communication here in the classroom and the civil sphere. When you're teaching writing or when you're teaching reading, you have to think about all these things. The first is comprehensibility. How well is the student understood? Are they speaking whereas I can understand it? And this will be like when you're correcting errors. A global error is when the subject and the verb don't match. whereas a small error would be like an improper pronoun or an improper preposition. But comprehensibility has to be extremely high. Also, their comprehension, how well does the student understand what they're talking about? You can tell very quickly if someone's writing about something they don't know anything about. That's not very hard to see. Language control is how well they use it. Vocabulary is, do they choose the correct words? Cultural awareness. The student's cultural knowledge will be reflected in language use. For example, when I teach writing, I tell the kids you really need to identify first who is your audience when you have something you want to say, because that will determine how you write it. You don't address writing to, our sainted patriarch the same way that you address, your vis-a-vis on the street. They're two different languages. And you need to pick which one. You don't walk up to someone, the president, hey, you can't do that, right? It's inappropriate. So they need to know that, and that's cultural awareness. And finally, communication strategies. Did they choose the right way to convey their point? So these domains, by the way, when you assess writing, generally we use a rubric, right? These are the things that would be on your rubric. These would be the areas that you would evaluate. And notice language control, and that is grammar, is only one of these 6. Because I can get rid of grammar, I can get over grammar errors much faster than I can get over someone who's just not very good at arguing the point. Anyways, the foundations of this. The first, of good writing. This is where you should start thinking about your lesson plan or your curriculum design for a writing course. The first is vocabulary development. Now, these items here, a Dolch list is a list of words. There's about 5 or 6 of them that are generally used. Dolch lists are words that are called sight words. That means that a reader or writer should be able to use and conquer this without reading it. Like the word the. Your kid should never sound out the word the. It should be instant and immediate. So if you use these Dolch lists at younger grades, that is, have a word wall up on the wall where they see this all the time, it will increase their writing and reading abilities. General service lists is slightly more extensive, and general service list is in high. The one that I'm going to give you, is in order of frequency. So the most frequent words are at the top, and then as it go down the list, those words are less and less frequent. So, and therefore probably not as needed by your student. Academic word lists. I've got one in here that basically collects semantic groups. So if you have analysis, it will give you like all the morphs of like analysis would become deanalyze, or those analytical things like that. So you get lists where you can take a route and then go around it and find all the words, and this is good for vocab development. Also morphology. My son is studying for the American test called the SAT, and he is very sad to learn that I'm going to make him do Latin and Greek roots and morphemes, because that's what it is. If you run across a word like bioluminescence and you don't know what it is, but bio is life, lumen means light, you can make an educated guess about words that you don't know, because remember, 650,000 words, you're going to find words you don't know. You have to have strategies to be able to meet them. Textual analysis. First is active reading, like Judy suggested, with guided reading for young students. And the other is that students should be involved with reading that they want to do and that they really put themselves into. And this brought to mind Kabatani Leila's statement. Don't read on a screen. Get the book out, because active reading includes the smell of a book. When you get into the library and you open the book, and that's part of active reading. Okay, so it's an earlier method, not an old one. So reading for a specific purpose. Teach them to be able to do things like reading for content, skimming, scanning, reading for bias, and that sort of thing. Learning to outline. Essays will have outlines in shapes. There's a traditional way of doing this using Roman numerals and then letters. It's even still, you can still do it in Word. If you learn to outline while you're reading, it will help you to make outlines for when you write. Because when I start writing, we'll talk about this in just a moment. I know I'm going a little bit over here. I start with an outline, I don't start with a text. And finally, sentence diagramming. Sentence diagramming is a way of deconstructing a sentence. It's very useful for readers. I learned it as a child. My wife considers it to be a form of torture, but I found it to be really, really useful, where a student can break up a sentence into its individual parts. And the reason for it is if they have like really difficult reading, like Dickens can make sentences where you have trouble identifying the subject and the verb, which is what you really need to get at. So it helps them to dissect the sentence and make sense of the information. But in the end, it also teaches them how good sentences go together. So when they write, they will be ready for that. There's some resources on how to do sentence diagramming in the big packet I put together that Ellen is going to get to. Finally, cultural awareness, appropriate language. They need to be familiar with the topic, and sensitivity issues. So for example, they need to be able, so if they're going to write about, what is it, Namanquas Hesi? Namajuan Hesi? Okay, don't let them come out just yelling and screaming. That doesn't make any sense. You need to be familiar with the topic. You need to know that it's politically or emotionally charged, but you have to write appropriately through these things. All right, so I do suggest that you actually have an explicit writing course. And Roundup is like the books, they're only so good for so much. If you design your own writing course, I think you'll be very successful. Most of you are probably experienced writers. I don't think it'd be hard for you. If you've only got 2 English language classes a week with kids from 8th grade up, give one of them over completely to writing. That would be my suggestion. But the question then, how do I do this? All right, well, first, make sure you're up to snuff. Keep improving your own writing, and to get started, if you're not familiar with the writing process, then look it up and get familiar with it. There's lots of resources. Clear objectives is always good. Students will be able to write better. That's a terrible objective, terrible. How can you measure write better? This does not help you. You need to be much more specific. So make sure your objectives are clear. And then the course should be long-term. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, teach a man to fish, that sort of thing. You've got to do this over long, and I'm talking years and years and years. From 5th grade to 12th grade, they should have explicit writing instruction. And use the tools available. Use word walls, use morphology maps, use graphic organizers. I've got several of these things at ready hand, again, in the packet of materials that I'm gonna let Elena get to you. Go through all the genres and purposes of writing. Have them write an argument. Not an argument does not mean because I like it. Make sure that they do it right. If you, at any point, I'm gonna buy a BMW, okay, why? Convince me it's a good idea. Not just because you like it, that's not enough. The engine is good, or the quality is high, or it fits my particular family needs, or the gas consumption is you know, low, whatever. But they need to be able to argue. They should be able to persuade. They should be able to evaluate something. How good of an idea was this? What is the state of this item? They should be able to describe things, and they should be able to instruct you. How do I make wine? That would be a good starter, you know, because many of them know, and it's kind of simple procedure, but it's procedural and it's instructive. All right, and go slowly and deliberately and do it over and over and over again. Spend time on each of the steps of writing. Remember, it's a process. So you're gonna need outlines. Take time to show them how to outline. First drafts. Get your first draft done, and then come back and have each other read each other's work. Then revision, and revision doesn't mean correcting grammar. Revision means that this paragraph is more appropriate down here, so you move it. You move all the stuff around. Get your thesaurus out. Use paper. I was told in grad school that, and I can't quote on this right now, that editing on a screen, because of the scrolling nature of the screen, actually damages your ability to see the paper as an entire thing. So if you've got a sheet of paper like this, and you decide that this probably needs to go down here, you mark it. And then what you can do is you can lay it out and you can see the document as a document, whereas you don't have that luxury on a screen, and it can actually cause you problems and your editing won't be as good. Then final drafts, they have citation styles. You people in the social sciences know about that, how to cite works and studies and such. And finally, their product, which you will measure with a rubric. We had those domains earlier, but it needs to be appropriate, effective, engaging. And basically, as far as it goes to the civics of it, your kids should be writing with the same quality of what it is that you say want out of your civil servants when they speak to you. When you get the mayor or the president or the governor, when they speak to you, if they are not being clear, or if you can tell they're hiding something, or if they're avoiding questions, you don't want that in a civil servant. You also don't want that in a student. So if we do this, if you make a product that speaks to you and tells you and is clear and is not dissembling, then you'll probably you'll be impacting the civil sphere. Because as the mayor was saying earlier, getting the young kids to study and grow is important for the whole community. And teachers are probably the most powerful people in the country because they can shape the outlook and the views of the kids, of a whole generation, several generations in some cases. So you've got a lot more sway over them than we realize. And if you can form them in this way, they're going to make for good citizens. So anyways, a lot of the stuff that I referred to is in the resource packet that I made up for you. There's a lot to sort through, and it is materials like any other. So you would have to decide how appropriate it is for your class or your age group or whatever. But I have several things in there that are designed to take what I've done here quickly in 15 minutes and let you sort through it and digest it over quite a bit longer time, and then decide how you might want to proceed. So thank you for your attention. That's my 15 minutes. I'm done.
Thank you. Well, if you have any questions, Tico, help me please. Just
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Do you have any questions? I think it was very, very interesting.
And if maybe there's no questions now, but if you would like to contact me, you can find me on Facebook, or I didn't put my email down, but I'll have things. I would be happy to accept emails or questions on social medias as well, if you think of something later. Okay, thank you.
It's very important to integrate civic education with English language. So next presenter is, I'm sure you are not tired. I think, yeah, it's too long. Maybe next year we will just divide our conference into 2 days. Now I want to introduce you Tinatin Berulava. She is from Khoni, but she graduated. She's graduated recently, maybe, right? In May at Tbilisi State University. At the moment, she's. Okay, so Tico is working here at Adult Education Center. We're in this building, and she's teaching English. And she has very, very interesting presentation about translation and English language teaching. Tico, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. And thank you, Elena, for this great opportunity. Yeah. Well, my presentation is about the role of translation in teaching a foreign language. So, Khoni.
Okay. We can see if we cannot. Put it on.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, words travel the world, translators do the driving. Well, communication is essential to share our thoughts, emotions, ideas with others. It is necessary and useful for us, and also it improves our intelligence. Translation is both a linguistic and also cultural activity involving communication across cultures. Translation relations are essential for the cultural development of small nations and to enter the world as we are. It determines the relationship between different cultures too. Translation is a way of enriching of any language and culture constantly, and it gives students an extra competitive edge to succeed in the multilingual world. So, well, how can translation help students to learn a language? To improve their learners' verbal ability, students use translation to memorize, to expand their vocabulary, to develop and express ideas in another language. So, the best way to improve students' verbal ability is by using new words. They learn and try to use idioms, new words, phrases into discussion. They also can describe their feeling and exchange their ideas into another language. And this process is very enjoyable for them, and this impresses them too much. Translation expands their vocabulary, also step by step, and also translation develops their style and grammar. It engages the brain, and translation highlights the differences and similarities between the languages, and students can realize that every language is unique itself. Students also tend to make more gains in learning vocabulary, phrases, idioms, and grammars. Well, benefits of translation. A secret benefit of using translation is that the students understand their native language better. They learn how to use the dictionaries and many other sources. They also realize why the dictionaries are so important. Students also learn how to work in a team, and this is a very enjoyable process for them. Translation increases their motivation to learn, and they feel more confident because now they know that they have a special ability that they can translation something. Besides this, they see it as evidence of the mysterious power of the language, and they believe that they can a special power too, because that they can create something interesting in another language, and who knows, one day maybe J.K. Rowling will read it. So they also like the idea that they are little creatures, because they create something new, because they translate different texts also, and translation helps to create and maintain good relationship between teacher and student, of course. Practical steps for using translation as a language learning method. Firstly, we choose a text that suits their level, then take a few short paragraphs in their target language. Then they translate the text from their target language into the native language. Then they look up new words in the dictionary, then try to find equivalence of the words. then take their translation and back translate it, the language they are learning. And last, they discussion about each other translation. And finally, I want to say that sometimes translation helps us to put our feelings into words. And I want to share my translation that I translated after my friend passed away. This is Anna Kalanda's poem. Yes. მელამაზი მეგობარი მყავდა, თვალჟუჟურნა, წაბლისფერი თმებით. ერთხელ მტრედმა მოუტანა ფრთები, დამტოლა და ღრუბლებს გაჰყვა სადა. ღრუბლებს გაჰყვა, სადვე ძებო, სადა. მელამაზი მეგობარი მყავდა, თვალჟუჟურნა, წაბლისფერი თმებით. I had a friend, pretty and fair. She was beautiful with brown hair. Once the dove brought wings for her. She flew away and left me here. She followed the clouds, and I don't know where. I had a friend, pretty and fair. She was beautiful with brown hair. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have?
And you kept the rhymes and everything. Good job.
Yeah. Do you have any questions? Please, Lela, what do you think about just involving translation into English language teaching? I think that's really interesting, right? Do you have any ideas? Okay. Thank you very much. So next. Thank you, Pico.
Thank you.
Is my friend Inga Zrenzi. Yes, Inga is PhD in philology, Fulbright Research Fellow at Stockton University in the USA. She has just arrived from the United States, and Inga and I were talking about literature, literary characters in order to just to involve them in English language teaching and to help students to start thinking critically. Maybe that kind of approach would be interesting really for us teachers. So Inga, please. Floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. And I'm really pleased to be part of today and this conference. And really pleased and content to hear teachers from different parts of Georgia with their wonderful experiences and their experiences connected with their teaching and new sharing their methods. So do you see my screen?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, just a second. Yeah.
Now we can see.
Yeah, okay. So firstly, I want to highlight that I'm really pleased to be part of today's conference, and I would like to thank you, Elena, for organizing this and bringing together teachers from different schools, different parts of Georgia, and sharing their experience. Teachers not only from school, but as well from university. And I think that there is a lot to do ahead in the future, and this cooperation that you started and this collaboration and this wonderful platform for teachers involving together in sharing their changes and challenges, which is the title or just the name of your organization, is really right, and you will do many wonderful and beneficial things in the future. So today I would like to talk about, just my brief presentation is about the role of literature and language teaching, and I definitely have to say that I heard as well a lot from teachers, and I was very pleased to hear that from school teachers, especially because my experience as a school teacher goes very back at the very early stage of my career, and today I teach at university, and I'm as well an English language teacher, and I teach mostly general English courses, high levels, advanced and upper intermediate, and English for special purposes. And as well, mostly I'm involved in teaching of literature, and I develop literature courses in different universities. And at the same time, I work as a translator, and I translate fiction from English into Georgian and from Georgian into English at the same time. But I was really happy to hear that teachers in schools use a lot from literature. For example, I don't remember the name, but one of the teachers mentioned the book Wonder, how she just made students and pupils get together and share the experiences from the book, and how she combined the activities which are adopted for developing different English language skills from this book. So I think that there won't be anything new just in my presentation, but still I will try to do my best. So firstly, what I would like to say that the topics I want to look at today is that literature and language teaching, literature and technology. As we know that literature has different genres, and which genre, for example, to choose for which level. This is as well important thing to know and to discuss. Literature and language skills, vocabulary, so what we can develop through literature. So this can be vocabulary, speaking, and critical thinking. So I want to share one quotation about literature and language. So I have to say that literature and language are not separate. In today's global environment, everybody know that knowing English language is very important part of education, and not any kind of degree of education can be imagined without learning English and for a foreign language, which is international and universal and used in most of the spheres as the leading language. So literature definitely, and as we deal with language today, we'll look at it as, for example, part of our communication, and we have the term communicative approach, which is a kind of modern and new approach of learning and teaching a language. But literature definitely is part of language, and I'm sharing this expression here, which belongs to Ezra Pound, American poet. Great literature is simply language charged with meaning to the utmost possible degree. So what we can do through the use of literature and involving it and making it a part of ELT, English language teaching, it is that it gives a kind of special context and special meaning to some kind of language unit or some kind of language skill we are aiming at developing. But still, I want to highlight that it's very important that we have to just combine literature and language and just adopt it to the special language task or language skill we want to develop at a certain lecture or at a certain lesson. So we have to very carefully choose a text, adapt it to the level, and consider the level and the listeners and students. So there are still many things too. So we can't just simply grab literature, piece of literature and bring it into the classroom. So it's very important to do this kind of matching between the lesson plan and the piece of literature we choose. And then there can be lots of activities, and as well, today lots of different activities teachers do with different pieces of literature, and they develop different skills. So through literature, what we can do, as we know that learning is not just learning a language, and teaching a language is not only developing a kind of communicative skill, but it as well is just becoming a member of a kind of cultural context, and just develop interculturally and just lead the way to new understandings and new beginnings. So in that way, literature is very important because we get to know new cultures, ideas, and this is a wonderful way to share experiences as well from different periods of literature and from different people. But what we can do is that we can share and teach context and culture, which is an important part of today's learning in a kind of global environment. So as I mentioned, genres, there are different genres, mostly three genres of literature, but today I'm focusing on drama, how we can just use drama and plays, how we can take plays and match them to different classroom and lecture activities to develop different language skills. But before I move on to that, I want to say that the text should be chosen. The three things are very important to consider when we use literature in ELT. The text should be chosen very carefully because it should not be forgotten that in this text there might be grammatical, some kind of linguistic or literary difficulties. So we have to consider any kind of piece from literature in advance. Literary text should include the structures and vocabulary which are previously learned, and only a little part from new vocabulary, for example. There must not be too many new words in a kind of literary piece we choose for a lesson, and that there should not be difficult. So it should not be too much difficult and ambiguous with structures and some kind of syntax. And as well, we should deal with linguistic and grammatical sides as well at the same time, and avoid to make the lesson as it is the author teaches. Yeah, so we have to choose a kind of text which is not loaded with too many grammatical constructions and some kind of syntax difficulties for students. So it should bring some kind of authentic material at the same time, but it should not be too difficult for students. And what we can improve and how we can just involve this literature and some kind of language teaching, how it can become part of our language teaching. So mostly I'm looking at some kind of theoretical approaches here, which I have brought here today. So first we have to say that the use of literary text in language teaching can be summarized as follows, and I have got just some kind of four things here succinctly. Literary text will help not only to improve reading, but listening, speaking, and writing skills as well. So it means that we can develop any kind of activity which we do with reading from textbooks, for example, and make some kind of pre-reading activities and design some kind of pre-reading activities. Or, for example, we can offer the activities we do while reading, such as skimming and scanning the text, and we can develop some kind of after reading activities, some vocabulary focus, which we can pick up and pre-teach some important keywords from the reading piece, and as well make students to develop some kind of discussion, work in groups, and so on. So we can adjust a literary piece to reading or listening or speaking activities, and we can improve vocabulary at the same time and incorporate different just models together. At the same time, the second thing I would like to focus is that it's possible to understand and get general information related with experiences and events in real life by using and analyzing literary texts. So as we all know today, that language teaching has become part of giving them not only communicative skills, but real life skills, which all the teachers talked about, because we are not only just leaders in the classroom, we are as well their friends, we are as well the people who share their experiences. And in this part, it's important that literature gives them the impression or the experience, gives them the experience that they feel something real, which has become part of their lives as well. So we can do lots of analysis and develop this critical thinking, which is an important part of just European framework of education, which we share after we signed this association treaty of association with European standards. The third thing I would like to focus is that literary text will have to help to realize individual and societal developments. They make the readers to improve themselves culturally and educationally in accordance with their emotional features. They also remove mother tongue interferences. So with literary texts, we can go close to the emotions, and we can share as well and learn different accents, and we can use a piece of literary text from a film or from drama part to practice, for example, different English accents, British, American, Australian, and so on, and emotionally to input those accents in our everyday speeches, for example, because learning language is not only just learning and mastering the words and grammar, but we have to try to bring everything together. And when we feel that language at emotional level as well, it's an important indicator of knowing a language at the same time. So this can be done on an emotional level at the same time. And the fourth thing I have here is literary texts make the students acquire analyzing and critical skills. This can be become part of reading activity, and after reading, students can make questions, ask them to each other, make some kind of group activities, at the same time give presentations, write essays in which they develop their analytical and critical skills together. The next thing I want to focus is, today I will focus on drama and the use of plays, for example, because we can't, as well, we can take, for example, some pieces of poetry, which I have seen in American schools. For example, they had, when I attended lessons, they had some kind of poetry day, which was very interesting for school pupils because they had the chance to learn the new words, and after the new words they were given a format and rhymes in which they have to put the words, and they made their own poems on different topics, and they had different topics, for example, for different weeks. So it was 1 day per week. They had that poetry day and they enjoyed it a lot. But today I'm focusing on the idea of plays, which can be a kind of solution that with plays, we can have different activities, develop critical skills, analytical skills, as well as some kind of creative writing at the same time. And to have students deal with originals in a first course, use language, the use of language creativity, we can improve their language level, lose themselves from clause of the dictionary, respond positively to the subject, and learn some kind of literature. And so activities we can plan, for example, with the use of these plays, and just involving them in teaching process. So it can be reading plays, but it can be adjusted to different levels. For example, beginners. For beginner level, we can choose simple plays. You can find lots of them on the internet, or pre-intermediate or intermediate and upper intermediate. So the piece we choose in any kind of literary text should be just modified and should be chosen and selected for the specific level we have and we are teaching. We can as well do creative writing as well. We can have performative exercises. Students can perform the plays themselves, so we can distribute the roles. They can practice different pronunciation types, different pronunciations as well, different accents and different emotions. For example, we can give them the tasks to present a character from that play who is angry, for example, with an angry emotion, who is, for example, disappointed. So they learn in a foreign language how to just combine their emotions with specific accent and in a language they are going to use freely and fluently in the future. So we can develop this fluency as well, because they feel free at the same time, and we don't have too much focus to put too much focus on some kind of grammatical mistakes. As well, we can use playwriting. We can give them different topics. For example, the students, this can be done as a classroom activity or a kind of homework activity, then we can choose a topic. We can choose the vocabulary, ask students to bring together the vocabulary they associate with this topic, and then homework activity can be that they can write plays. We can design a kind of limit for them, page limit as well for them, for example, 5-page play or a 10-page play, and give them 2 weeks or a week maybe, and they bring back their plays and they read one another's plays, for example, and then we can choose the best play to stage, and again to give some kind of performance at the end of the term, or to stage that and to perform at the end of the term or whatever. At the same time, we can, so this is another activity I've got here, which comes after playwriting. This is producing and performing plays written by students themselves. So we can choose one which is the best play. Together with the students, we can make some criteria how to choose the best play or whatever. So it can be, the process becomes interesting as well, brings authentic material, and gives them the ability to feel as producers, as writers, as creators themselves, and they are free and happy at the same time in this process. So what I can say that this literature makes them happy at the same time, and the learning process becomes just emotional and connected with emotional experience. For example, I've got as an example here a play for a beginner class, and I've shared the link with you. So the title of the play is The Happy Snake, for example, and we can, so here I'm focusing on how we can just adjust a piece of literature to a specific skill we want to develop. This is very important because on each lesson or on each lecture, we always have a specific focus we have to develop with students. We must not grab many things, for example, together. Just everything can be achieved at one lesson, yeah? So for example, we can focus on teaching a specific vocabulary here: color, eyes, mouth, small ears, head, shoulders, parts of the body, which is for a beginner level, and the colors as well. And we have the setting here, a park or a garden, and we can some kind of design a pre-reading activity. For example, if we teach the new words, and if we do that pre-teaching, we can ask students and pupils, for example, to write what they can find in a park or a garden, and they write down the words, for example, and we can give them a kind of time limit. They can work in groups, individually, or in pairs, or whatever. And we have the characters here: the snake, a girl, a chorus, as many students as teacher wants, and they can as well sing a text, and as well singing is a very important and as well a kind of cheerful activity we can do with students. And this makes the teaching process as well interesting. What I've got here is another one. I want to, in this brief presentation, I want to focus on a number of activities we can do, and one of them is creative writing, for example, and when we use plays for different levels when we teach English. And I have to say that students are encouraged to produce material from their own insights. The first exercise can be a word association. For example, the teacher says a word such as black or something. The word can be an adjective, a noun, or whatever, and the students immediately write down a chain of words popped up in their minds. The second exercise can be writing down, for example, their dreams. You can ask students and pupils to write down their dreams, trying to jot down ideas and images as soon as the students wake up, for example, rather than coming up with logical compositions. And the students are also encouraged to write down dialogues overheard on buses and a street or in the streets in different situations. For example, at the airport, in a shop or whatever, and then read them aloud, and then they bring back their written dialects, and then they read them aloud in class at the end of this exercise, for example. So the dialogues can be given, a dialogue a student brings can be given to another group to correct for some kind of grammar checking, which has been taught before, so they can practice as well their grammar skills and correct each other, make some kind of correction with each other's writings and correction of vocabulary and stylistic mistakes or whatever. So it's up to you, up to a teacher to pick up or to choose a piece of literature, correct. It should be done adequately and correctly. It should be appropriate for the level. And then you can adjust it with different language skills, focus on improving different language skills and adjust it to different activities you do during the lesson. So another part which I had on the list is playwriting, for example. So I spoke about a dream. You can ask students to quickly write down their dreams, and one of the students' dream is selected then in the end. For example, you can do voting as well, how they can choose one dream. And each one has to write a dialogue on his dream, and the students improvise a sketch maybe based on that dialogue. As well, another activity can be that 3 students who are reluctant to perform are asked to observe the sketch and write down the parts they consider most relevant. So you can have some members of the jury. Some passages from the dialogue can be repeated, but others are created on the spot. And all communication is in English, and the students even start to speak English among themselves outside the class. So you have to encourage that they have to use English in every stage of their communication. Another part of the activity, another type of activity, you can do this with the use of plays. It can be producing and performing students' plays, for example. And the students I have experienced this with students, for example, and the students are really enthusiastic. And they come during off hours to rehearse. They as well. I just had experienced that they rehearsed off hours before I entered the class, and they had really interesting and motivating activities before they entered the class, and they performed different plays. And we had as well some competitions between different groups, different levels, presenting and producing their plays. And we have finally, as a kind of brief part of this brief presentation today, what I want to highlight is that we have definitely to follow the guideline of PPP, which is, I think, that a very important part of any kind of lecture, that it can be presentation for when we teach something. So first we have to present something. It can be done via PowerPoint or whatever, any kind of activity or any kind of tool we can use to present something before we teach. Then they should be given the chance to practice themselves, can be exercise or whatever. And finally is the part of production, which is experienced in writing and in speaking, and just using this literature and involving literature in ELT process gives you the opportunity that the teaching process becomes firstly motivating, interesting, authentic, and you can do different activities, interesting activities, incorporate different activities, and the teaching process really becomes creative and brings the students to what we say is part of just our making them think, that helps them think that language communication and communication is part of our everyday life. So what they produce in English is as well part of their everyday life. So they experience the experiences they have to talk about and they have to write about in their real classroom, which is really important. So thank you for your attention. If you have got any questions, I'm just happy to hear.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. It was very interesting with practical tips, really. And Inga, do you know any web page or website where we can find the already chosen texts, literary texts?
Yes, there are many websites. I have just shared one website, but if there is an interest, I can send it to you and you can share to the members of this conference or to members of your organization.
Yeah, you can send it in chat box. That would be great.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Lika, hi Lika.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much, Inga. I enjoyed your presentation so much, and that's great to see you.
Yeah, I think you like drama. You like drama, I know.
Yeah, I like drama. I had a very quick question regarding literary texts. One of the most challenging things when using literary texts in my class is selecting the appropriate materials, the materials that would be adequate for my students' level of English.
Yeah.
So my question to Inga would be, are there any literary texts that you can suggest that we can use with intermediate or upper intermediate students that you've used in class for reading or to promote discussion in class, or that we could follow the levels, the stages you talked about in our reading class, and we can use literary text. Any specific text that you've used in class would be helpful.
Lika, it's nice to see you here. I'm very happy to see you, and as well, I have to say that I've learned really a lot from you when I worked when we worked together, and when I was part of the team of English language teachers at Agricultural University, and it really helped me a lot to boost my career as a kind of English language teacher. Yes, of course, I can recommend. So as today I focused on, for example, on drama, there are many pieces, for example, to adjust to B2 students, to upper intermediate students, and the original as well. For example, some students, for example, when I taught B2 level in Agricultural University myself, I once remember that we did one of the play by Tom Stoppard, which is about a postmodern world. And they enjoyed it a lot because the students themselves loved philosophy and loved literature, and they provoked to use that play. And we had some kind of activity once a week. So firstly, I gave them the play to read themselves, and then the next week they brought back their emotions and they wrote essays, and they just designed the activities themselves. So it was really interesting. So it depends on the classroom where you work. There are some classes, for example, with I have technology students in Caucasus University, and they don't enjoy for example, philosophical or some kind of literary insight. So it depends, it always depends on the group you have. And so my recommendation is that the text should not be too much loaded with some kind of philosophy. So it should be some kind of moderate, yeah. So I mostly recommend modern writers, for example. Stephen King can be a, so he's some kind of stories as well, or some kind of literature as well, translated into English.
Yeah, when speaking about Stephen King, they can do a little bit of reading and watching as well.
Yeah, watching as well, yeah. So we can as well choose a book and a film, and sometimes they compare what was different. So this is as well a nice activity, yeah. And as well, some literature translated in English as well. Some students love it, that they read literature by Borges, for example, or by Calvino, which is translated in English, and they prefer to read it in English as well. So mostly, it's always good to focus on modern contemporary writers. But for some kind of easy syntax, for example, I recommend Ernest Hemingway, for example, who has easy syntax and not loaded with difficult structures.
Thank you so much, Inga.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So if you have any questions, you're free to ask. Okay, if not, let's move on. And the final, sorry? Sorry? Okay, Nazi Iris Pukova will just make presentation about one of my best topics, critical thinking. Nazi is my colleague. She also teaches English language at university, and she's MA and PhD candidate. Nazi, please.
Okay,
It's your
thank
turn.
you. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Very good. So thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers who organized this very, well, I wouldn't say rare, but fantastic event. And I will try to be really brief because I understand that you're all a little bit, well, not a little bit, but tired really. So I'm going to talk about critical thinking. And what I'm going to tell you today is literally a droplet in the ocean, because this is a very, very complex phenomenon. And I try to focus on the main things. So we will discuss today what is critical thinking, why is it essential to learn and teach how to think critically, and how can we as teachers, English language teachers, incorporate teaching critical thinking skills into our lessons today. So let's start with what. So what is critical thinking? Is it just a buzzword that is circulating in education today? Or well, a lot of teachers, even during this conference, I have heard a lot of teachers speaking about critical thinking skills. But do all the teachers really understand what is behind that? I bet that they do, but sometimes, based on my experience and observations of the teachers, they know the phrase critical thinking, but they don't know what is behind that. So let's try to be a little bit active now. I want to give you 20-25 seconds to think about what critical thinking is. Think about that. Can you write in the chat your definition, just briefly? What is critical thinking? Okay. Questioning. Thank you, Lika. Yes. Great. Okay. Forgotten skill.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
okay.
Thomas
Very new one. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thinking from different perspective, Anna. Thank you. Fantastic one. City is the ability to analyze. Maya, very good one. Yeah, so many answers are popping up in the chat box. Very good. Some 10 more seconds waiting for others.
Actually, it seems that you are not tired at all.
I'm not. No. Oh, evaluate. So it's analyzing, evaluating, and drawing conclusions. Yes, Maya, very good one. Or kind of all-encompassing definition. Very good, Maya. Others? Okay, 5 more seconds. Reflect, assess. Yes, Elena, thank you. Great. Okay, to identify connections. Exactly, Natia. Very good. Okay, solve problems. Yeah, Maya, great. You're adding some little parts to that. Yes. Okay. Right.
To reduce subjective points of view, I mean to be more objective.
Okay,
right?
Yeah. Right. Oh, Leila, great. Applying, analyzing, synthesizing, evaluating, gazer. Yes, absolutely. Yes, logical connection between ideas. Very good. Very good. So we are having a very knowledgeable audience in terms of critical thinking. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I would like you to look at the definitions in the chat box and take another 20 seconds to see and analyze how are all these definitions similar to your or different from your definition, and in what ways. You do not have to write your opinion in the chat. Just do it on your own, for yourself. But if you would like to share something, you can feel free to unmute yourself and share your opinions. So how are all these definitions similar to or different from your definition?
Which one?
Your definition in relation to every in the chat box. Look at the all definitions that we have in the chat box now. And we have many. Okay, 5 more seconds. All right, thank you. And the last task that I would like you to do is to decide what do all these definitions have in common. They're all quite diverse.
Thinking.
Okay. What kind?
We need to reflect on something, make
Okay.
analysis.
Great.
Evaluate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, Diana?
Clearly. Yeah, and also to think clearly.
Uh-huh. Great. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Others? Okay. So thank you very much for this little activity. Now, so all the definitions that we can see in the chat box are all right. There is no wrong definition. But the thing is that critical thinking is such a complex phenomenon that sometimes it's really hard to put everything into one definition, all-encompassing one. And unfortunately, what also happens is that people do not struggle to define it, but people try to frame the definition in a different way. So that's why we have a lot of definitions that have a lot in common, but unfortunately they are worded in a different way and in considering different aspects. So what I found are these two definitions that I really love the most. I wanted to read all these two definitions and tell me what do they have in common again. So let's do the same task. Read the two, tell me what do they have in common. Okay, any ideas?
Yeah, I think the second version is that the one that I really just approve of, or how to say this?
Exactly.
Agree, yeah.
Exactly.
Actually, critical thinking is the condition when you leave your comfort zone. You have to leave your comfort zone and start thinking more broadly and start comparing in order to evaluate something properly. Well, we have to just go around this statue. We know that the coin has both sides, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So actually we'll talk about that in 2 or 3 minutes. So actually so any more ideas?
I will add a few words also.
Yes,
that I
please.
think that critical thinking is a global knowledge.
Okay. So what do you mean by global knowledge?
Sorry?
What do you mean by global knowledge?
Global knowledge is it has to be able to deal with a lot of changes quickly and effectively, and to adapt in kind of situations and make changes quickly and think clearly and make clear changes and
kind of flexibility.
Yeah, resilience. It's also as well.
Very good. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your contribution. Any more ideas? Okay, so yes, these two definitions are really similar, but what do they have the same is this point, higher level of thinking in both definitions that are present. So that brings us to the Bloom's taxonomy, actually to the adaptation of the Bloom's taxonomy, because this is not the Bloom's taxonomy, it's a little bit different. Originally, when Bloom created his taxonomy, so evaluation was at the end, at the top, and creation was here. But then Anderson and Kratzworth, trying to adapt this taxonomy to the 21st century skills, they tried to change it and change nouns from change nouns to verbs. That's why we have verbs here. So as you see, and I'm not going to ramble a lot about Bloom's taxonomy because I'm really sure that you all know, well, have a clear picture what it is. I'll just mention several. So all these cognitive skills, and as you go up the pyramid, you see that the complexity of cognitive skills is growing. And we have lower order thinking skills, or LOTS, and HOTS, higher order thinking skills. Now I would like to ask you, where are critical thinking skills? Do they include only remembering, understanding, analyzing? Do they include applying, creating? What cognitive skills do they include?
Compare.
So it's like analyzing, right?
Yes.
So here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trust. Stating, maybe, because when we want to just assure somebody, we have to bring some arguments. It's maybe I have to state something.
Okay, good. You can have to defend kind of your argument, right? Support it.
Yes, your idea.
So it's evaluation, right? So we are talking about
no, it's remember.
It's okay.
But still there is something like critical thinking.
Okay, any more ideas? I want you to be like a little bit more active. I know it's a conference, but I want you to participate actively in this talk as well, to think critically.
Very good.
Okay.
So selecting, what about selecting? Because we also need to select some
of course information. We do. We have to.
Yeah, we have to, right?
Of course we have to.
It's understanding. It's understanding.
Okay. Okay. So critical thinking is here. A little bit of applying, analyzing, and evaluating. Creating, it's not, well, it requires critical thinking skills, but it's more about creative thinking and not critical thinking. But as today people are saying, so if we go back to Fisher in 2011, he stated that there are no critical, no creative skills. There are critical creative skills. He united them. Or if you want to learn more about it, there is a very, very good webinar given by John Hughes, Two Sides of the Same Coin. So what he's saying is that critical and creative things are two sides of the same coin. But if you would like to learn more about it, you can watch this webinar, which is fantastic. But now let's stick to critical thinking skills. So they are here. So, but if you look at this pyramid again, we can see that we kind of order our education in kind of hierarchical way. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know, my personal opinion that maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. But we plan our lessons focusing on these three cognitive skills: remembering, understanding, and applying, like in traditional PPP, present, practice, produce, or as they call it today, MMM, which is more student-centered, like meeting the language, manipulating with the language and making it your own. But still, we do not go up that pyramid, unfortunately. Sometimes, but not all. I'm not stating that all the teachers are doing that, but most of the teachers, as I observing today, they stick here. They do not go up there. Just remember, understand, and apply. Moreover, if we look at the pyramid again, we will see that we will kind of assume that remembering and understanding are the most important part of our education, because we see that it's given the kind of the biggest slot here. And as we have a very good metaphor in our life, in our culture and everywhere, big is important, which is realized linguistically. Like today, I'm having a big day because I'm participating in this conference. So remembering is the most important part of it, but in reality, that doesn't happen that way. Yeah. So, and as we see, the complexity grows here, but the significance goes down, unfortunately. So I found very good alternative view of Bloom's taxonomy, very good adaptation of it is this. So the circular process that we need all cognitive skills, but all cognitive skills are allotted the same, absolutely the same space and significance, that's why. And it also means that we do not have to start from remembering and then understanding in order to analyze, evaluate, and create, but we can start from creating first. Why not to create first and then start remembering and understanding? Why not to analyze or evaluate? For example, we have a very good lesson models today, which are based on debating dilemmas. Why not to start analyzing first, evaluating first, and then start remembering and understanding? So this is a very good model that gives you that flexibility as a teacher. So based on that, we can say now that critical thinking, does it involve criticism? Well, partly. But critical here is only about evaluation. Again, looking at the thing from the both sides of the same coin, right? So pros and cons, this is what's important. Criticism should be healthy. It should arouse, any topic should arouse a healthy skepticism, as is stated by Dewey, who was the father of critical thinking skills, but he called it reflexive thinking, but actually he is considered to be the father of it. So at last, we can formulate our final definition based on your definitions and based on like the general assumptions that are circulating the educational circles today, is that critical thinking is a set of skills that help people understand the world around them. And critical thinking involves observing something, forming questions about that thing, gathering and analyzing information to answer those questions, drawing conclusions based on the analysis, and that's it. Pretty simple, but this is all what critical thinking is about today. So now, why do we as teachers need to learn first and then teach critical thinking to our students? First of all, job market requires that. This is all-time favorite examples of all presenters of critical thinking skills. Job market. You see that top 10 skills of 2025 involves critical thinking and analysis on the first place. So this is very important. Another thing, emotional intelligence, which can be traced back to Elena's presentation that she stated about self-regulative teaching, right? Mm-hmm. Or self-regulative learning. Emotional intelligence is part of it, as I guess, right? Yeah, so in order to understand, absolutely, in order to understand how I feel today and what can I do, what steps can I take in order to feel better, I need to analyze and evaluate, right? So that's why it's very important here. Another thing is that today we are living in the age of information. We have the overload of information, and we have a lot of answers today, as Halpin stated, but we don't know the meanings. We still don't know what these answers mean. So how to differentiate between facts and opinions, how to differentiate which sources are reliable and unreliable, how to differentiate what is true and what is false today, what can be even harmful. And I will give you one of the examples of harmful source. So another thing is bias. How can we help our students to challenge their biases? If you are pretty sure that this is this, okay, maybe you can look at the same issue from a different point of view. So how can we do that? How can we help them overcome the biases? Considering that critical thinking skills uses also only evidence and reasons and tries to overcome individual biases. So how can we do this all? First of all, as teachers, please do not stick to thin questions. Thin questions are the questions like what, when, how, etc. So the answers to thick questions can be found in thin questions, can be found in the text right there. So don't do that. Ask thick questions as well, which is very important. Why? How? These are the fundamental questions of critical that enhances critical thinking skills. What would you do if? Personalization, which is very important, because this is my favorite quote, which I heard while listening to a webinar, given by Macmillan Education Asia. We do not learn languages to simply do comprehension questions. We learn a language to convey meanings and put forward our own ideas. So thick questions will help a lot in doing that. Another thing is, actually, we use a lot of critical thinking skills in our daily life. Imagine that you have lost your glasses. What do? You start analyzing. You start asking first, where are my glasses? When was the last time I used my glasses? You start checking the places that you think that your eyeglasses can be. You start thinking about, start remembering what you did yesterday. When was the last time you used that? So where can your eyeglasses be? And you try to determine that. And remember, you suddenly remember that you wore them while you were reading some book, sitting in a red chair. So you go to the red chair and you find your glasses. So this is all critical thinking skills. So we apply them a lot in our life, but unfortunately, a lot of people assume that we know about them, but we don't. That's why Fisher has a very good idea of teaching explicitly what critical thinking is. Even showing the Bloom's taxonomy, why not? Our students will understand it perfectly. If we could understand, then they will understand it too. So we can push them, teach them explicitly what critical thinking is, and then push them to use them not only inside the classroom, but also outside the classroom. How can we do that? They can write a diary, for example, about any situation in which they used critical thinking skills. For example, they use that at work. In what way? How did they use these critical thinking skills? So this will give them another opportunity of practicing their writing skills in English, and then speaking skills in English, because when they count, you can use it as a warm-up activity while you're waiting for other students to come. You can ask, okay, so open your diary, read. When did you use critical thinking skill in your life? You can make them discuss that, because this will give them the opportunity to manipulate with the language, and hence they will remember it much, much better. And the problem is today, unfortunately, the challenge is that our schools require us to think critical, but they do not teach us how to do so. And this is a real problem. It's the same that you give the students the cake, give the students ingredients, but without assuming that may not know how to cut these ingredients, how to chop them, how to whisk, how to knead, how to mix them. They simply don't know it. Why do we assume that they do? So that's why there is a need to teach directly what critical thinking is and teach critical thinking skills and showing them that this is this. For example, we can, whenever we ask our students to create something, whenever we ask them to make a presentation, for example, we can ask not only for the presentation itself, but we can ask about the process. How did you make your presentation? How did you plan it? And planning is one of the most important parts of critical thinking. Where did you find the information? On the internet, in the books, maybe from your friends? Why did you decide to use this source and not that source? Why is this source more credible than that source? So what do you think? And about the feedback, as Lela mentioned in her presentation, giving the feedback, why not to ask feedback from themselves? Okay, you did your work. What do you think of your work? How would you assess it first? And then start giving your feedback. So this will enhance their critical thinking skills a lot as well. Going back to credible and unreliable sources. So for example, so there is a lot of commotion today around the topic of vaccination, unfortunately. Some people are really for it. Some people are really against that. So I'm not claiming here, just for the record, I'm not claiming that vaccination is good or bad. I'm just bringing you an example. This was, so you know that National Center for Disease and Control of Public Health daily publishes statistics, how many people are infected, how many people are dead, sorry for that. And I just came across this comment. So if there is anybody who can't read in Georgian, so I will say, so what will you say about all this one? So what answers have you got to this one? So this was the shocking news on the website. It was stated that 9,000 people died after the vaccinations because of the adverse effect of vaccination. He just stated it, and a lot of people got shocked. And I use this example with my trainees, and they got shocked because they had the vaccine, they got their jab, but they were suddenly very scared because why did these people die from that? Then I just click on another website from the source. And what I read was this. So no cause and effect relationship has been established between the cases. And VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which supplies the information to this website, it states that it collects data on any adverse event following vaccination, be it coincidental or truly caused by the vaccine. And reports can be submitted voluntarily by anyone, and they often lack details and sometimes can have information that contains errors. So even if I today write something to them stating that after vaccination that I had this or that effect, nobody will come and check it. So they will just post it. So this is a very good example that the person just trusted blindly the source without researching that, without analysis and the proper evaluation. So that's why we can use that as a real example and show our students different situations and different cases when people like do such things. like positive, in a positive way or in a negative way, and we can give them this real life example, let them analyze, again, think about them critically and say, okay, why was he wrong or why was he right in posting that information? Yeah, let them personalize. For example, what would you do? Would you post this information, or would you research further in order to assure everybody that this is reliable source? Yeah, how would you act on that? So, and in this case, we as language teachers, English language teachers, we are in a very privileged position because a lot of information is given in the English language. So we can take advantage of that. And for example, as for the assessing the credibility of the source, John Hughes gives us a very good exercise. For example, while gathering the information for the essay, which has the following name, families spend less time together than they did in the past, you can give them different sources of information, like a journalist writing an article in a newspaper, members of your family, infographic on Facebook, and so on and so forth, and give them sets of criteria. For example, what do you think? Right number one, if the source is not reliable. Right number two, if it might be credible, but I would have to check the information in another source as well. Number three, a very credible source of information. So what would you do? What number would you put, for example, here? Number 1, 2, or 3? What do you think? Is this source credible or incredible? Or sorry, not incredible, but unreliable? So what do you think? Is a journalist right?
I think it depends on a newspaper.
Okay. So which number would you put?
It's 2, number 2, I think.
Okay. Others, do you agree? Yes, MP. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. MP, thank you. Number 2, great.
Members of your family. Members of your family.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, but this way, we can show our students that they need to check sources before they even post something publicly, yeah, which is very important. And before they do any research, they need to check it, where the information comes from. Another very good test for it, which can be used with teenagers, maybe secondaries and adults, is a CRAP test. I'm sorry for this typo. I don't know why it occurred in this document. It should be CRAP. CRAP test, so which is a set of criteria which will help you to evaluate the credibility of the source. For example, currency, CRAP, yeah, relevance, authority, accuracy, and purpose. So it gives you very good questions which make you think really about, is it a reliable source or not? So you can give it to your students and then let them practice it, put it into practice, and then discuss, did it really help you or not? So another way of enhancing critical thinking skills is challenging their biases, kind of helping them to overcome their biases. For example, I want you to look at this statement now. So first of all, let's discuss this one. Think, pair, share, the activity that we use almost every day, right? And we are taught in every training, be it CELTA, TILEC, Delta, or whatever, that this is a very good way of learning the English language. Think, pair, share. But what do we in reality do? For example, when I did my CELTA course back in 2018, what they told me, okay, ask them the questions, pair them up, and let them, when they finish talking, get the feedback. But what about thinking time? Why don't we give our students some thinking time before we pair them up? Okay, you give me some statement, you give me some question, and you pair me with somebody, but I don't know what I am thinking about that yet. So give me some time, even 20, 25 seconds, as if you remember I gave you at the beginning of the presentation. Even that is enough for you. Another advantage of it is that it will boost the confidence of shy students or students who lack the confidence of speaking in English. So he will sometimes formulate his opinion in the English language. So always try to think a little bit of time, thinking time to students before you pair them. And very good activity is given by the Cambridge Life Competences Framework, which is this, which really encourages your students to accept others' opinions, because open-mindedness is one of the main criteria of being a critical thinker. So what I think, what my partners think, what we both think. So you are really pushing them to try and find out what similar ideas they have. And this one, now I want your participation, the participation of everybody, if that's possible. I will really appreciate that. You can see the statement, watching TV is detrimental to children. I want you now to write in the chat, do you agree, A, or disagree, D? So agree or disagree. So you can use with your students Likert scale, like strongly agree, doesn't matter. But for now, let's stick to A or D.
Do we have other choice? When it
No.
depends.
Okay, you can write in depends. That's your opinion. Why not? Yeah.
Thank you.
So shall we state why?
Not now. Let's try to form our opinions first. Neither no. Okay, depends on what to watch. Okay. Partly. Okay, so you're all in the middle somewhere. Okay. 50-50. Okay, great, great. Okay, can now anybody unmute yourself and explain why do you think so? Any volunteer?
Some TV programs can be educational. It depends on their age, about spending screen time, about time, some National Geographic, or sometimes it can be helpful for their, it depends. Right now it is pandemic, maybe they watched TV educational, some programs. So it really
Very
depends.
good.
But I disagree that it is detrimental. It should be like maybe observed by parents if we are talking about children.
Okay, thank you. Any other opinions? Okay, so one way, so for, yeah, from my grandson doesn't watch TV at all. Okay, not really. If parent manages the time during a day, it won't be detrimental. Very good. Okay, but what usually happens is when I did this presentation with my trainees, they all said, yes, we agree that watching TV is detrimental to children. And what my next step was to try to make them overcome that bias. And I asked them to think about one argument which goes against their opinion. For example, if you are stating that watching TV is detrimental, try to think about opinion, one argument that says that watching TV is beneficial to children. So, for example, what do you think? Why can't watching TV be beneficial to children?
Because shall we write, or can we just say?
No, you can just unmute. You can just speak about that.
Yeah, I think, for example, if I compare myself to my children's age when I was 10 or 6, I say that I can say that I was not so mentally developed like my kids are today, because they have constant exchange of information every day. And actually, I don't approve this exchanging of information and just flowing these type of information without books, because when you read a book, it really helps you to think critically, and that your brain neurons spread in a better, in a better way, for sure, because you start thinking independently when you read. But when images just go into your mind, then it really helps a lot to think critically. So that,
of course.
And you have another type of, collection of images there.
Okay.
So I think it helps somehow. It's beneficial.
Watching TV develops different skills too, and it develops it faster than reading at the young age when kids are watching TV. For example, English cartoons or Russian cartoons, they adapt the language really quickly.
So it's language acquisition.
Very good one. Yes.
Also, my own experience that my kid started speaking Russian because of the cartoons, and he was in love with the language. Though I'm English teacher, he didn't really care about English. for that time. And he has this very beautiful Russian accent when he was talking, and he could actually adapt the language in the right situation. He was using the language he heard in the cartoons in the right situation. So he could fully understand the concept, what he was watching. But from my point of view, if you really have this right time management, the time your kid spends in front of the TV, then it can actually give a lot of advantage to the young learners. So I can see him, as a young learner, why he's watching English or Russian cartoons.
But still,
he benefits a lot in my case.
Okay.
Yes. So in this case, it's really beneficial, right? So this is one of the advantages of watching TV. For example, I've been teaching young learners for 4 years now in British Council, and they know Russian really well. And when I ask their parents, okay, what do you have a Russian language teacher? No, that he's just watching TV every day. Like
like my kids.
Same with English.
My kids can talk Russian fluently, I can assure.
So you see, exactly. So you see how deeply we can analyze one issue when we look at it from both sides of the coin. So for example, if you bring in such a statement that vegetarianism is bad, and you divide your students into two groups, those who support vegetarianism and those who are against that, ask the group that is against the vegetarianism to find some information supporting the idea that vegetarianism is good. So in this case, they will at least somehow try to overcome that bias that they have. So this is a very good way of doing that. So, and the last one, feedback. Dice debrief, which is my favorite activity. So it's very good for young learners as well, but if they are a little bit higher level, but you can adapt it to the lower level students as well. So they can roll the dice and tell you their feedback on the lesson. Unfortunately, this rarely happens today, especially in public schools. I don't know why, but the teachers try to finish the lesson with the material, but they do not try to get the feedback from the students on what they learned. So, but it's even beneficial if you get the feedback on not only what they learned and how they are going to implement in their real life. Yeah, so this kind of thing will enhance their critical thinking skills. So that's why now I want you to take 3-4 minutes and write down wow, how, and now the answer to these questions. So wow, what surprised you, interested you, or encouraged you to think critically or creatively today? Another one, how, in what ways will you apply what you have learned in today's conference? And now, what are the first steps you're going to take in the next few days to begin your action plans? This will be your takeaway from this conference.
Shall we write or just say it because people are tired?
As you wish, as you wish. You can do it on for yourself because actually whatever you're learning, your feedback, it's not for me, it's for yourself. Yeah, so that's how we can develop learning.
Tico will be the pioneer.
Okay, I'll start with wow, Nazi. Wow, because I didn't expect such an interesting ending of the presentation.
Yeah, because we're tired, but we have been
engaging. It was like you just refreshed everything. So thank you for this. That was really wow for me. How, in what ways will you apply what you have learned? Wow, I have learned a lot of things today. I'm really thankful for all the participants. I can name some of the.
Yeah, we will think tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. But I can really name some of the skills and some of the practices. Yeah, there were a lot of beautiful and amazing, smart things that was very interesting for me. And what are the first steps you will take in the next few days to begin your action plan? Oh yeah, I have to take first steps because our university semester starts. So yeah, I try to use all the things I remember from today and put it into the practice. I promise.
That's very good. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for your active participation. Because I know I would be the last presenter, that's why I tried to make it a little bit more energetic. But thank you very much.
Good job. It was great. Great.
Thank you, and thank you, Tina Tin. She wrote, she made us active and participating. Thank you very much for your comments. So these are the books that you can just browse through. They have
Thanks
a lot
a
of
lot.
critical
It
thinking
was
activities.
fantastic.
So these are the references, and please keep your critical thinking on.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because we are all very tired today, and yeah, Nazi, you made us just engaged in this, and we started thinking critically. Thank you so much. So does anybody want to say anything? Please, Leila, please summarize our day.
To summarize the day today?
Yes.
First of all, from the time I just opened my eyes as a teacher, it was many, many years ago when I was 16 years old, just finishing my school and started teaching. I have always thought that this is a really rewarding profession. Especially during the times of pandemic, I came to the conclusion that yes, we did it because lots of businesses were shut down. Politicians were fussing around. Lots of companies and organizations had to send their staff on unpaid leave or any other schemes like this. And we as teachers never stopped teaching, developing, working on our own, doing our individual development. And yes, indeed, those of us who are dedicated to this job are really the ones who will do it on and on and on again. The presentations were of very, very important issues. I heard lots of many different kinds of interesting things. And I always recall Kalbatoni Rusiko Tremaladze's words back at the end of 90s when she was entering this post-Soviet type of methodology and teaching, yes, and teaching environment. Believe in yourself and believe and act as if it is impossible to lose. And that's the case. Yes, my dears. Elena, thank you very much for this opportunity, and consider us your allies in any efforts, in any initiative that you do. We are ready to help. We're face-to-face, online, and I was really, really happy and very, very delighted to meet and hear so many unknown names, meaning the ones which are not in our teaching gang, so to say, in the last 20 years, the youngsters, the young teachers, the young graduates. And I encourage everybody to make sure that yes, we as teachers indeed have a great role in changing the society. You will all agree with me that our students